of the firing and all of the critiquing and all of the opinions and the rest, we want to say happy birthday to you, Lorena Honoree. Lorena Honoree, a very, very, very astute colleague of ours, celebrates her birthday today. The Supreme Lady, as she's affectionately known, celebrates today. We'd love to say happy birthday to you, Lorena. Hope you're having for yourself a blast. Beautiful pictures, by the way. The dress is demure. You did great. You did great with the dress as well. Lorena Honoree, we wish you all of the best on behalf of the Spoon Network. We say happy birthday to you. Keep living life and keep chopping life. Age with grace. So happy birthday to you, the Supreme Lady. Happy birthday to you. So what's on your mind? A lot of things happening in the country. The vice president today spoke to the nation from ELBC, a joint broadcast for which I formed part of that as well. He said a lot of things. The vice president said he spoke to the issue of Solomba. Said the Guineans, they removed their heavy weapons and all of those things, and they're now crossing to sleep, and they'll come back, and one night they will sleep and they wouldn't return. He spoke to the issue of not confronting it with hard power, but rather with soft power, because war is not what we want to experience. And if there were to be any sort of disturbances, it would reap catastrophic outcomes as well. He spoke to B Mountain, Putu, broke the news that on Wednesday there will be the signing of the sales agreement between Silver Star and Planet One. The vice president did reveal that Planet One has been selected to continue the Silver Star contract there. Putu, he spoke to a lot of things. He spoke about Liberianization as well. He spoke about Liberianization, that Liberians need to take over businesses according to the Investment Act of Liberia, 2010, businesses that are preserved for Liberians, 17 businesses or so preserved for Liberians. Spoke to the issue of fronting and a whole lot of other things he spoke about. And I'm sure once the panelists do come on the program, they're going to dissect everything that he said. He spoke about yellow machines, that they're sitting there in Ivory Coast, because the big ships that come from other continents, they're unable to dock in Liberia, so now they have to go take all your container and separate the one that come in Liberia. He spoke to APM terminal and Medtech. The vice president said APM terminal is a problem. He spoke to that. Said we have to be bold. APM terminal is a problem. Medtech, it's a problem. The shipping lines are unregulated in Liberia. They charge various fees. And then he spoke to LPRC issue, the issue of revenue, and said there's a cartel. Remember the vice president is the head of the committee that is investigating revenue generation at LPRC. If there are leakages, the president's communication said that he's been informed that some importers are charging illegal fees, and they should investigate. He said that there's a cartel. This cartel, they skim off the top, where they're supposed to pay 500,000, they pay 100,000 thereabouts. So now the importers are going to pay the taxes and all of those things. He said a lot of things. And those things we are going to hold him to. He spoke those words, and those words are recorded in the chronicles and the journals of history. And he will be held and measured by those words. Said, looking to give loans to Liberian businesses. I told him, I asked him, I said, we've heard of loans before. These loans never materialize. What is going to be different? So, well, we are going to make sure that we ID the entire country so that we know who's a Liberian, who's not, who's into business, who's not, and all this kind of stuff. But I'm keenly interested in this Liberianization. How are they going to protect Liberian reserved businesses exclusively? How are they going to regulate that sector? Since now they know what the problem is, Liberians are fronting for foreigners. Liberians are, on paper, the ones who own these companies, these businesses that are exclusively for Liberians, and then you see foreigners running these businesses. And then a Liberian man whose name is on the article of incorporation, he own business, though, he's not a signatory to that business account. The man who supposedly owns the multi-million-dollar company lives in a zinc shack. Maybe some people let to be rich and Apple. How does that work? And I'm interested, and Liberians are interested, because if we do not have a playing field that favors us in our own country, where are we going to have a playing field that will favor us? You see the distribution trucks. Eh? You see Indian men on the distribution trucks going distribute surgery in the market. Our own Liberian brothers and sisters then will go buy it for them wholesale. Then they still have to compete with the same men are manufacturing. You have to compete with that man, because you will take a truck, then carry in the market. The simpler customer is about to come buy from you, the Liberian now, who's supposed to be retailing. Then the customer will go buy from the distributor or the manufacturer. So how can we be protected? So Liberian people don't go out business, get in business and get running. But what is it about Liberia that our foreign friends will come in and they cash in on us, and we're still there? Another thing he spoke about, which is true, where our Liberian millionaires at? The people that get the money in the country, where are they? Thinking that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so now 15 foreigners will put their money together and open something big. You can see Liberians partnering to open large scale ventures. We all want to be politicians, a country of politicians and lawyers. But the foreigners will come in and they cash in on us. And every time we talk about economic growth, we should be protected in our country by our government. They should enforce these regulations. They should give us favorable terms. They should protect us. As we see in other countries, when you go there, to even enter the business sector, it's not an easy thing. But yeah, you see many that from Egypt, they're passing and selling finance to all on credit. What's there for us? Who's standing up for us? So since Vice President Kun have said they will implement this in 30 days, we're looking forward. We're counting. We want to see the rigorous method, the measures. He spoke to electricity, that the money's supposed to be gotten from B Mountain somewhere for 250 million thereabout. They're talking about now building a bigger hydro, Simpor 4, and a reservoir to cut off this entire rainy season, dry season, no current kind of stuff. So it's going to cost about 1 billion. So say, drought does sweet. Oh, I'm using dog parable again. You're sorry. Yeah, because the usage of dog being I tend to see that in the country, so we have to find different parable, different way to say. But while we're waiting to get the 3 years to build a reservoir and to build a bigger dam over 1,000 plus kilowatts, what are we going to do in the meantime? Can depend on Guinea and Arago. Guinea said they're doing maintenance. As soon as Solomba things started, they said they're doing maintenance with their power plant and all that things, so they're reducing. In fact, they stop sending all current, all that kind of stuff. What do we do in the medium term until we get to the long-term solution, which we should be focusing on in Liberia? Not quick fixes, but long-term fixes. So we're going to build dam and reservoir. The reservoir is going to cost $1 billion. We're looking to use taxes from these companies, to go into that. So we have to tighten our belt and cut down on waste and all that kind of stuff. It's true. Since the legislature builds a country, it's true. But in the meantime, the way the heat can deal with all. There's one house, no LEC schedule more than any other thing. So they're trying to bring HFO machines to increase the capacity of bourgeois and all these things. These are things we have taken note of. Since the vice president said he spoke on the permission of the president with the consent of the president, meaning the government of Liberia has spoken. So we wrote everything down and it's in the history books. We are following up on that. Plus many other things that were said today. So you can rest assured the guys are going to talk about these things. They're going to dissect these things. They're going to criticize. Those who are going to heal are going to heal. But the core of the message, tie your belt and let's go for sustainable instead of quick fixes. And we're looking out for that. And also today we saw the debate of the AFL recruitment process. Vic March, check the YouTube, please. It shows that we're on. But since you've commented that, let me go quickly to the YouTube just to do a quick follow-up because of what you said. But I'm sure we are on the YouTube because my dashboard is red. So let me just check that up because you said that. And then we'll open the phone lines. We'll go to the conversation for Liberians to tell us what's on their mind. So we're on the YouTube, Vic. So you can check your device. The YouTube is live. So please check your device. Reload the app and check for Spoon Talk again. You probably get us, but we're on. Okay. Thank you, Morris Day and the rest of the guys. Rufus Wesley. That we're on YouTube. We saw the initial process of the recruitment. We saw the desperation of Liberians who want to be recruited into the armed forces for many reasons, not limited to employment opportunities and service to country. But then we saw the recruitment live, just the submission of documents and all that kind of thing in the preliminary stage. And we were shocked. People started to give their views, which is their right. There are those who said, oh, the thing shouldn't be live. The traumatizing the people who come in and they can't read. They will be stigmatized for the rest of their lives and all that kind of thing. There are those who say, yeah, let it be live and all that kind of stuff. The debate is big. Me, my thing is, I saw corruption and its effect. That's what I saw. When people were failing to read, I saw the effect of corruption. That's what I saw. When people have stolen the country's money over the years, monies that are supposed to have gone to public education, going to areas to train our people so that they can read and they can learn and they can have equal opportunities. People siphon those monies, put it in their pockets and neglect people. That's what I saw. The effect. That's what I saw. Because we have stolen from our people. We've left them with no alternative. They can't get access to quality education. Everything is upside down. And today, you've seen it for yourself. The people who supposedly graduated from high school. We've been seeing it on Facebook now when people are having a graduation party. They can't even read the speech and things we used to be taking it for fun. But we saw it today again manifest. And because of the stealing, the corruption, that monies have not gone to the country's education sector, it's graceful that we saw it today. That it right there in your faces. People can read because they were not given the equal playing field. That's just that. But the thieves who steal from us, the children are getting better education. They read splendidly. They have the best medical care. They live the best life. But the poor Liberian, who only had access to a depraved educational system, no teacher, Because teacher can get paid on time, so you can corrupt, drinking violence with the student, and cutting shot, taking money because he can get paid. So he passes anybody and everybody at the effect of the corruption that we saw today. On a debate of whether the military should reduce its criteria, my point, no. My point, no. If people will be given responsibilities in the event of carrying weapons and all that kind of thing, at least the minimum you should be is a high school graduate and a competent high school graduate. Because when you're in the military, it offers you the opportunity to excel. So if you go there with lower credentials, how do you excel? You'll be NOCO. You have to at least have a high school credential so that you can excel, and the military can provide you with opportunities to become a doctor, to become a lawyer, to become an engineer, to become whatever. Those opportunities are there. So if we start lowering it now because we feel, oh, the military that they play now, you have to take people who ain't get no qualification, what will we be building for ourselves? We shouldn't lower the bar. Let's look for the competent. Now the corruption effect we saw today, someone, hey, you're seeing that, so people can read and people are laughing. Take a survey around and see how many schools teachers can even go to class. Public schools that's supposed to be the best. Where are they? That corruption. So let's go to the phone lines quickly. We'll do that for at least 15 minutes. 0777-1075, 0555-101075. Those are the numbers to call, and let's hear you as well. 0777-1075, 0555-101075. What's on your mind? Let's take this first person here. Hello.
And good evening to my peace loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, Brother Damos Longa studio in Liberia. The need remain constant Afonso AF come out this beautiful Monday evening. Brother Diamond, what in my mind is this. I am directly speaking to Unity Party-led government headed by Barcelona Joseph Numa Boakai. The instituted two in President Boakai-led government. This government is so government very deceptive. President Boakai has spoken to Liberian people that the community price on the Liberian market is better off than yesterday. And he also talked about job creation. He has created a lot of jobs, which of course is blind law. And then he also talked about reconciliation aspect, which is a country has been heavily and beyond utmost surprise ever before only what or just in Boakai. And talk about division. And it's not blind noted to us. We know that he is divisional. In some way, when he appear, that institution will come with beneficiaries.
Okay, Afonso.
They are there to me. They are getting people a lot of questions. But history will judge them. There will be one thing government ever in the history of Liberia.
Thank you.
And you will go let down with for the 2-year expression with no standability.
Thank you.
Let me learn with this.
No, Afonso, how you learn now when you don't take 3 minutes?
My leadership better perform leadership than Joseph Numa Boakai-led government.
All right. So Afonso, yeah, you Afonso say you were student president. Yeah, you congratulations, Mr. President, for serving your institution. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. Please be a bit audible so that we can all hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Levi Sandy, and this evening I'm playing for Chicken Patrick. Am I live?
You live, Levi. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you see, where it's from my mind is from the president, the vice president. The vice president said that we are not giving you opportunity to produce business. But vice president, yesterday you had a company that was drawing your yellow machine. You took it from there yourself, want to check out. In that contradiction, President Boakai is in America and telling the American people or the Liberian America that things are well. Yeah, President Boakai, you are right. Things are well because today you are not waiting for equal things. So you're not care. Things are well. President Boakai,
okay.
How are you flying? Where you flying? Yeah. So things are well. We accept it. We accept it. We are you people. So thank you for taking the country the way you're treating us. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Unlike Afonso, you went straight to the point. Boomberger. What's up, Chief?
Dama, how you doing?
Good morning, Chief. Hi, sir.
Man, I'm good. I'm good. Thank God. I'm very, very good, Dama. Yeah,
You
we're
are
good.
getting a microphone better now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
thank you, sir. Well, no para leave it.
well, I like it, Dama. It's that scare. You scare me, man. I had to
Oh,
call.
really?
Yeah, man. I had to call the people that powerful technician to help me
Oh,
connect it.
so I don't, no problem. No problem.
I told Nelson. I told the incoming representative for District Number 10. Nelson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Repeat that. I didn't get it.
The man paid me now to throw Java. The incoming representative, District Number 10, Nelson Colette.
Oh, yeah. But let's toss one now. Nelson is competent. Nelson can be a representative of District Number 10, and if he throws his hat in the race, I'll definitely support.
It'll be a problem. I think it'll be a problem for the regular guys if Nelson throw his hat, right?
Yes.
We need young and competent people, right? The young people rally around Nelson, and I'm trying to look into it. Even you, District Number 9, given the opportunity, you should try for it as well.
Of course, when the time and the opportunity arises, why not? But now, if Nelson wants to run in District Number 10,
I think we should.
I will support him to the fullest.
We should have a backdoor meeting on that. And
Yeah.
try to, and try. If Yeke say he's not running the game, bring Yeke in to support Nelson. He speak to the imposition and opposition to give Nelson the chance. But I think Nelson is competent. And Nelson can make a change. You know, and we'll talk about it. I believe that. Let's see how the court going to decide, how the court going to rule, and let's see what's happened. But I want to encourage every young man and women in Liberia, to try, because the folks we have there, we say they are young people, they've been fighting student advocates, but they are all students, they're all lying. See what they're doing to Sam Jala today. They said the man signed the paper, or the man they were expelled the man. Look at Amara Kone and Yan Twain. Can you imagine? They want a solution to fight each other and not to build a country. Look at Foley Formula. Allegation that he been corrupt through China Union. And we'll have a China Union discussion today, right? That these are big allegations. Look at James Collette. Oh, they got them. We thought they were coming for change. They just grab and go, carry go. So the young people have to rise up. The young people got to step up. The young people, and, got to say, you know what? This is our time. Cool people call it Atina. Atina, this is our time. And that's what we think. If Nelson want to try, Nelson should jump into it. And I will have a conversation with him. District Number 9 open, Dama, you want to try, get into it. But God's grace will do everything. Listen, but God's grace will do everything to support you guys. Seriously. Yeah, I will do everything to support you guys. We got to get some young female veteran, able women, to fight the status quo in the district and in the counties. It's wrong. It's wrong. Look at District Number 5, Priscilla Cooper. Everybody's scared. When you say fine, they say we'll remove you. Nobody get the guts to say, yes, I will challenge the system. You want jail me. Come on, Nelson Mandela. Free your lives. Free your lives. Like Martin Luther King. Nelson Mandela, with your hand up. Come on. And let it go after you for the just cause, for the right cause. Thank God Almighty, we free our lives. And that's what you guys got to do. And that's what you guys, and I'm happy that some of you don't sell your reputation for $50 and $100 and money. No. You go into this thing with everything because you want a better Liberia. So I want to encourage every one of you now, Adama, that you got to go for it. You are educated. You smart. You can make right decisions for your district. The district, show me one district that the district representative, he's independent. All of them trying to get the money. Oh, the House of Representatives sharing 200,000. Everybody getting 5,000. My man, what my owner, get my owner. You'll see what more you take or try say. All kind of yama. What's that? They have turned the whole place into a money gobbler. Just come and carry gold. Come and eat your own and go. And the country suffer. What are you going to on you? No, yeah. 2029, one young men and women. Now they got that kind of loud in there, like that, you know, my good friend for the family have been 200 and 350,000 buying homes. People just buying homes because, you know, well, you've been there for 2 years, you get 200, 350,000 homes. Seriously? I mean, the devil, to be frank with you, these are some serious time in our country. Then they go and say, get the person small money, they will talk for you. They will go on Facebook and write. Then the same people that are talking for them, they go ahead, they start calling, see you in that, you say, oh, my children in school, see you in that, you say, somebody call me, all of them, they cost me a few years, but they come and say, see you got to help your picking. I told the text message, I sent it to them. I said, remember your cost me, hey, see you leave that one at politics. I said, no, but that politics help you. How you tell me to leave that one, but you're asking me today? But when we were telling you that your lawmaker was stealing, you were then defending him because he was giving you 5 out of 10 out. Now the lawmaker not answering you no more, then you say that politics. We die for the party. The people that you dying for in America are enjoying. Then you say you die for the party. Your children will die for the party. Your husband will die for the party. Your wife will die for the party. Look at the country situation. And we will discuss Jeremiah Kun tonight. I'm disappointed. Generation say hello.
When you get
say that?
When you can ever be appointed? The way you
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
I go what you say. I ask you, I say, when you can ever be appointed, you know?
Yeah, the issue is that for Jeremiah Kun to go and talk like, Jeremiah Kun, you the vice president. You forget that he's vice president? Can somebody tell the vice president Kun that he's vice president? How will you throw blame around and are you the number 2 man in the country? No, we're going to have that discussion tonight. Share the show. Go on Facebook right now and share the show. Maybe somebody need to remind Vice President Jeremiah Kun that you're the vice president. What are you telling Jose Imabwaka? Or what Jose Imabwaka telling you? You go interview and get 200 posts? I mean, what's going on? The people tired with Jeremiah Kun so soon? We only have years, man. Jeremiah Kun talk about yellow machine. People say, seriously? Jeremiah Kun talk about Planet One getting Putu Mountain? Seriously? Then Jeremiah Kun said the Liberian people want job, they didn't get job. But who stopped the Liberian people from getting job? You know, no, you know what? That Richardson, welcome to the show. Let me wait. Those that wait on the Lord, they that wait up the Lord, he shall renew the strength. And the Lord will renew my strength tonight. Let me wait. Let me wait for my appointed time and season on the show tonight. And somebody can say, CEO, CEO, I want to ask you a question. I say, ask me a question. That way you can find that. CEO, the country better today than 2024. I look at the man last. See if I don't do that nonsense to me. You sure you want me to answer that question? Look around you. Look around you. Look around you. I want to welcome Waki. I want to welcome Nia, Goblin, Tico Moba, whatever you say, I will say welcome you. You can get very wasted talk. You're my people. We want people. Zikato Jr. is you. Zio de Zio. Uriah Zamin. Hey, man. You joining us. Duade Dano is here. Joseph McCauley is in the house. Rabba Nagoin is here. Alex Topa, welcome to the show, Alex. Let's bring in Ibrahim Amar Dono is here. Haja is in the house. Chris Dafi Topa is here. Let's bring in a quad of officer or official. What kind of name is that? Pierre Campbell, my sister. Pierre, for been a long time. Where have you been? I miss you. We'll bring in Abraham Neon. Well, who the Abraham Neon guy? Is that your deputy foreign minister? Because I want to, if that him, I want to say something to him. Let me highlight him. No, that him, right? All right. Yeah, but maybe that him on the cover. But whatever it is. Abraham Neon, I got a message for him, but I will leave him small for today. Find the guy. Is here. Amara B. Conan. Maybe that Amara Conan, when I pick it, you carry his name. Every Brahma is here. But Amara Conan is, so many people get that name, Amara Conan. Christian King is here. Christian, how you doing? Look, let me tell you something. Dr. Richardson, how you doing? How are you today, Dr. Richardson? Let me recognize Winfred Russell, beautiful sister, cousin-in-law, Dr. Richardson. How you doing?
I know I miss Wilfred from.
Winfred is in Liberia. He's trying to look for money for a Lone Star. He puts it again money. Everybody running away from him.
Everybody running away from the man.
Everybody running away from Winfred Russell. Winfred was going from ministry to ministry, entity to entity to beg for money for Lone Star to come to Brooklyn Park and play July 26th. Nobody even paying attention.
So the Chester ain't giving a wedding on at the Chester, you trying to raise the money or what?
Do you want me to explain exactly what happened? I want real.
You heard what I say. So why you trying to hope? You call the whole council man, begging for money here and there.
Yeah, he is begging for support. You didn't hear that Cooper, what's her name? Cooper Craig's daughter, what's her name?
Cornelius.
You know her name?
Cornelia Craig. Yeah, I always missing the woman name. I won't pronounce it right. What's her name again?
Cornelia.
Cornelia Craig. You didn't know that Cornelia Craig, because she got vet because they denied her visa for letting Lone Star team business, so therefore she wants to see Winfred Russell. They had to talk to her before she met Winfred Russell, manager, his fiance manager. You got to put slash. Winfred Russell, fiance / manager. He took
so
the girl.
To that issue.
No, I got no problem with that, but they got to the girl with him, Frances. I think I know Frances.
It's best practice. Most people got their partners as their managers. A whole lot of success.
Let's keep the conversation. Let's keep the conversation with Colina Crowd that they didn't give her visa, she pressed. And let's say that she's not saying Winfred Russell then, but she was able to take one picture to give her one jersey, right? I'm not blaming Russell for taking a fiance / manager to Liberia, because a lot of things in Liberia can happen. So I think he need protection, right?
She protection.
Yeah? Can you give me that picture? Can you give me that picture, please? Let's put it up.
No, slow, yo.
We got to
don't do that, Tabata. We got the best internet here right now. Can you give me the picture? No, I got it. I will share it. The man took his fiance / manager to Liberia. Wait, is that am I saying something wrong yet? Can somebody tell me? Am I saying something wrong yet? Dr. Richardson, that's your cousin-in-law. And not the man fiance?
I know.
Dr. Richardson, how you say you don't know that I'm your cousin-in-law?
Yeah, but I try not to get into the business. So.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, I mean, I respect you, but I just want to say, listen, guys, this is Spoon Talk. You come and you want to play Hail Mary for the grace, then I don't think you want to say the truth. You got to be very, very straight away.
My brother's not. I'm the only surviving girl. So, in cousins.
I'm not asking you that, but I'm saying that the man can fiance /
that's what I'm saying. I don't know, because when they introduce these women to me and I get attached to them, and then somebody else comes, so I try to stay, in the background.
Oh, so you better go into a rush on that.
Have you into
now? I growing up, so I just gotta have to stay in the back.
You know how that you say you knew what was happening, and you find people that food there.
But Dr. Richardson, though, you're not being fair, Dr. Richardson. I just asked you a clear question. Do you know Russell fiance? You know her?
I don't. I never met her before.
You heard of her?
Met her I heard of her on the show. Yes.
Okay, so you heard of her?
On the show, yes.
Okay, all right. So at least you're confirming that he got a fiance, right?
I don't know if that's his fiance or not his fiance. I just heard the last time.
So we met on the show. We met on the show.
She was here running campaign. We're running one of these. I think it was last year. We're running Russell campaign. She came on, spoke on behalf of her. And then also Russell announced, I think you pestered the man into talking about his marriage and when he's going to get married, engaged. And so he finally said that he was getting married in November. I think I remember hearing that.
Okay.
Right?
Continue.
No, that's all. That's all I heard. And then I was
no, that's all. Continue. Say more.
No, that's all I know. I can't say nothing more or less. That's all I know.
All right. Winfred are my brother. They're my friend.
Yes. You got something you want to add?
If I want to add something, no. That you the in-law. You should know more than I do. That you the in-law. But I want to say to you, Diamond, to all of you joining us, that you share the show. It's only important for us to have a great show. Philibert Jackson, it's good to see you. Tato Stano, thank you for joining us. My friend and brother Philip Bala is here. Ase Gota Ziodiga is here. Adolphus Brown is in his house. The coordinator Samuel Kofi Woods Jr. is here. I want to welcome all the good people joining us today. It will be a wonderful show. You follow the Vice President Jeremiah Pancon interview today. If you didn't, we will go through it. We will dissect it. We will tear it apart. I have my own view on it, and I will be straight up with the Vice President. Better not to say anything than to say something that will not resonate with the people in this time. We are in a very, very hard, troubled time, okay? And we'll discuss it. We also want to discuss a lot of issues happening in the country. Americana, they saying they should investigate Americana. I don't know what say you. Americana is an opposition. They are saying they should investigate him. We'll talk about that. We also want to talk about Sam Jala. They're calling for investigation because he said the lawmaker received 200,000 plus of some money for massive corruption. Every day they receive the money and they had it, so they want to persecute him. They're going to drag him in the mud, right? And they want to call him. So therefore, he should come for investigation. They won't kick him. And you know, and something is happening. Jacob Davey was afraid. Jacob, let me talk to you. That job is not your mind power job. You will end up leaving it 2029. You don't have to allow the guys to drag you in the mud because you have to be on the job. So you lie. You knew that it took money. You alleged that it took money. You couldn't defend it, and you lie and say it was AI. That's the problem. You guys have no integrity. If you say something, stick to it. You have no one integrity, and that's the problem. So the people of Grand Judah will not trust you. You know, you're going around just to keep a small job. What have you done? If you're given an opportunity, be fair with the Liberian people and tell them, when you have a region speaker with 500 and some thousand just for pleasure, just to have fun in the budget, we got a problem. We got a problem in Liberia. 500 and some thousand just for entertainment. We got a serious problem. We need a reform. We do. We need a reform. And then I think somebody can answer and say the country better today. You come back and ask me that question again. Is the country better today than 5 years, 10 years ago? I can answer for you. All right. We want to update you about what is happening here in Central Jersey, the Liberia Community Association election. It doesn't look good. Everybody is running head to scatter. Nobody knows what's going on. But one thing Dennis said, one of those individuals that are running, he said he will not go to court. He will try to get this thing resolved. And that's a plus. That's a good thing. I respect Dennis for that. He made a wise decision. You know, it's just a problem that we have to repeat ourselves with the foolishness happening in the community. And I don't think we should do that. We should build this community. So I hope the guys come together. Man, you give me the picture again.
I thought we passed that picture Benny again.
No, I waited for the picture. That's why I drag it on. Do you know that I can ever pass things, my man?
Yeah, but I have to. You say you get it now, so just send it to me. So I can.
I'm looking for the picture, but I don't. But you see, Damon, man, Damon, you know.
But what's it on that picture that you want make so you want publish it like that? And let me look for it before you say I want me you get in your secret. Let me look for it.
Huh?
Yeah, but send the picture. Send the picture. So today, where you joining us from is almost 9 o'clock in the country. We're waiting for Diamond to send us the picture. No, happy birthday, Lorena. Not Lorena picture, but let's say Lorena, happy birthday, yeah. Happy birthday to you. We send a special one out to you today. May God bless you. May God keep you. We celebrate you. You're one of the best spoon ever have out there. And want to say yes, indeed. We are celebrating this birthday today. The drinks on us, the restaurant dinner on the weekend on us. I promise you, we will pay. Decide to go to any restaurant you want. We will
I thought you want me looking out because you can see me. Because
I can guarantee you, Lorena, just choose the location and you can take 3 individuals with you. 3 individuals. We will be happy to pay for your drinks, your food. and they will be happy to pay for themselves. I want to say happy birthday to you, Lorena.
Wait, no, she will carry 3 president, and they will pay for themselves, and then we pay for only one. You know what I would do? I'll tell the other 3 presidents now to order. Say you pay for only me, I'll order.
Woman, must go pay for people going behind her. Yeah. So let me remind her again. Choose the best hotel, the best restaurant in Liberia. We will pay for you. The best restaurant in Liberia, we'll pay for you. Anything you can eat, anything you can drink, we'll pay for it. Take 3 very important individuals with you. They will pay for themselves. And we will have that celebration live on Spoon. Because we got to celebrate you, Lorena. Dama, listen. You know, Dama, let me tell you something. You guys are just joking, right? That was my birthday. Some Glen man can't eat free. Seriously? That was my birthday.
But why are you selecting who she can carry now? She decided to carry Glen person.
I'm not selecting. No, I'm not. I just kind of clear that we will be responsible for our sister Lorena, that her birthday on the weekend. She off on the weekend. Saturday, she will take anywhere she want to go to Calabash, she want to go to Boulevard Party, the Royal, anywhere. She even want to go Ghana and we'll send her there.
Okay.
You sure?
Whoa, the person can do it, the product made or a warrior.
So, as a matter of fact, we're still Lorena, 3 days vacation to Ghana.
Baku, when you say you can do it, you can travel, you get passport, you go where they see you.
So, no, seriously, I want Lorena to go to Ghana to have 3 days fun. I will be, listen, she and one other person, we will pay for that one person as well.
Oh, you see traveling coming, you see enjoyment coming when the person will do.
Let she pack her, Ghana must go back. Let she get ready.
Now, Suge.
Ghana must go.
And it's a policy. Bam, Lorena will buy the ticket.
No, seriously. That's why I'm serious. Lorena is one of our best. Yeah, Lorena is one of our best.
Say you want a ticket to go Ghana and Sony for you. For what? Say the what? Ticket there.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk to, I think I've spoken to Madam Titi already, and I've been very frank. We celebrate Lorena. She can do it in Liberia. She can do it outside Liberia. She will tell us what she wants. I want her to go Ghana or Nigeria or Ivory Coast. You know what you want to go? Nigeria, Ivory Coast. We got everybody run to Ghana. Let's see, get different flavor. Maybe she want to go to Nigeria or Ivory Coast.
Happening, say, I can't go Nigeria. Can't go she going Nigeria for all the pay ransom will pay you.
No, we gave her options. She can decide. Lorena have traveled before, and I can say that. And I can say that would be a good thing. So Tiola Gibson said, I'm a black one, John Paul. I don't know what John Paul doing to Tiola Gibson. She said, I'm a black John Paul.
John Paul a Pope knee. All right, we'll leave. Let us see what he was. But I one question. In this kind of thing, the institution can, send the president to accompany the president. Nobody accompany the institution.
That thing is said through crack coffee, drink water will not work. You're not drinking water today. You're not drinking water today. I'm begging you. And you want me to talk about your grandchildren trip, right?
You send me on assignment. We went on an assignment and they say, go ahead.
No, I mean, just leave your own. I'm trying to escape this thing to erase it out of my mind. Like I kept saying, my medulla oblongata and my hypothalamus. Can't say hypothalamus, like where you gotta get it thinking from. I said, nah, dude, begin to pass your class, yeah. But guys, Dr. Richardson, Emmanuel George, it's good to see you guys. We're going to be on fire today. We want to welcome all of you. Did anybody listen to Jeremiah Mancoon interview? Emmanuel, did you listen to it?
Yes, then I listened to part of it.
Pat, Dr. Richardson, did you listen to it?
No, I did not, Stanton. I was hoping that you
listened to it when it was live.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm asking Emmanuel if he listened to it when it was live, or he listened to it after.
After.
Did anybody listen to it? Dama, did you listen to it? Oh, I forget. Are you one of the people that interviewed me? No, people calling me, wake me up in the morning and said, Jeremiah couldn't do an interview. I said, where?
They say interview like 3 days in row. Like, ask where?
I try to promote it, but where? I mean, I was looking for it. I mean, this is some serious issue, though. I'm concerned about the VP. I don't think the VP should do interview again. What was the main reason of the VP doing interview? What was the main reason? Okay, I mean, can somebody help us? And we get to it. So to those of you out there, you celebrating your birthday. I know that Musa Bedete on his way to Europe. From Europe, he's coming to America. I know Edwin Snow will be here this week. And as well, these guys, they're making America to be the farm role. They will be here. They got a lot of engagement. You know, they are meeting political leaders here. They are meeting senators and congressmen. This thing is kind of too big. I don't know what's going on. But the guys then, they're engaging. Mr. Cummings was out of the country, I heard. And Mr. Cummings is making a good run out there. You know, he being Cummings. That's the Cummings we were looking for, 2023, 2020, 2017. You know, but Mr. Cummings is doing what he can do, you know, to make a decision whether he will be running as President Cummings or Vice President Cummings. Whatever the case may be, Emmanuel George and the rest of the guys will decide. Again, Musa Bedete, I don't know, Musa Bedete is standing, but Mr. Bedete is still trying. Simon Freeman is still collecting data all around the world to make sure that whether he will get in this thing. George Madden, we are calling for, you know, opposition unity. The people should come together and they should start talking. We saw them talking at the reburial program of the former president father, which I think was a very, very unique one. It put fear in the imposition. If you're joining us, this is Wilfred Russell. I don't know what Russell Nelson is doing with the lady. This is Wilfred Russell, fiancé / business manager. I don't know whether Nelson is getting her number. What do you think? Happy New Year. Damo, what do you think? Damo, I'm asking you, what do you think? What's going on here?
I was showing all the reactions from
I mean, when I hear you, my man. Emmanuel George, what do you think happened here?
I think she and Nelson is in discussion. She's showing something on the phone to Nelson, trying to get his attention to things happening. Maybe it's a direction or somewhere they're visiting. But she's showing Nelson something, and Nelson is concentrating, trying to find answers.
CEO, you muted. CEO? Okay, I think
he went frozen.
Yeah, maybe so.
Dr. Josh, welcome.
Thank you, Damon. Thank you for the interview today.
You're welcome, sir. Dr. Regency? Also, I didn't get a chance to greet you because the CEO was in flight. How are you, ma'am?
Okay. How you doing?
Yeah, God morning, me. I'm good.
You missed the family meeting last night, man. Yeah. Dr. George, you missed the meeting.
Yes, you say? I didn't get you.
You missed the meeting. I'll see you the link next time.
Okay.
The link.
Okay.
It was very serious that you should have been there.
Well, let me get the picture off when he comes back.
Well, yeah. So that picture looked like in his phone, y'all.
Yeah.
That's why I remember that y'all looks familiar. I like her outfit she was wearing. Wow. I like the colors.
You guys can hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah, but anytime you put that picture on your network will drop.
Oh, okay. So that you trying to do me dirty, right?
How? From Liberia, how do that wanna? Oh,
I'm just asking the question, what Nelson doing here? And Damon, what Nelson trying to do?
let me call him so he can tell what you are doing there because only he can explain. But yeah, only he can explain.
No, but I mean, you know your speed. Emmanuel, on operation like this, what do you think? Because you been there doing that, Emmanuel. What do you think? And
You
where
know,
was
maybe
Russell? Where was Russell? Where was Russell?
Russell was standing right there. He just not in the picture. He's standing right there.
So that Russell took the picture?
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, that's true. Russell sent me the picture. He took the picture. Yes, my guy, Emmanuel. Russell took the picture and sent it to me. We're going to have a wonderful time today. A great show today. That Richard seeing all her people there. That Richard said, they met with you. You said, because I'm reckoning I'm a Dingo man. That's why the government treating him like that.
So that why you call me today?
I'm not Madingo.
I know you're not.
I'm a Liberian.
The
I'm a
most
Liberian.
cruel to you for Ramon restaurant. She spoke cruel to you. Serious cruel. You're not a response to her.
I'm going to that place to eat some pan butter. That woman look like she can cook real good pan butter with plenty of pepper. I will be going there to eat some pan butter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will. I want to see the other.
But why do people mad at me about saying there's a possibility that this upwards is against Amaris because he's Madingo? I mean, I don't know if I want to share it, but I'll share it anyway. Well, how can somebody told me that they didn't want to speak to me because the candidate that I support is Madingo. In fact, I asked the person, I said, so what if I am Madingo that you're speaking to? So we do have people out there. We do demonstrate these bigotry. I mean, I politely disengage that person because, and other people are talking to them, but there's people like that in our culture. So it's nothing for us to sweep under the rug. It is a fact,
So for me, though, I would say this, right? I don't think we have come to that place about tribal divisiveness. And I don't think people attacking Amara because he's Madingo. I don't think folks will vote against Musa or vote for Musa because he's Madingo. And I do believe where we are in our history, they will just vote for you because they believe that you can help bring a change. Or they will not vote for you because they think that you cannot bring a change. It's not because you're cruel, you're better, you're Loma, you're Mandingo. No, it's not. It's just what you will bring to the table and how they can believe you. And that's my own view. But if anybody attack you out there because they're saying I would not vote for Musa because he's Mandingo, then I think that's just silliness. We're long past that Rachel said. Musa voted for non-Mandingo. Musa is a Mandingo with a Christian woman as his wife. Though he gets so many girlfriends, but at least he get one woman to be his wife. And, he's a Liberian. If he meets the qualification, vote for him. Most people didn't vote for President Barker because he's from Lofa. They voted for President Barker because they saw something in him that he would have changed the condition of the country. People didn't vote for George Manawia because he's from the southeastern region. So the thing about Mandingo, Congo, tribal, I don't think Liberians are voting on that line. Most Liberians are not voting on that line.
Well, Stanton, I tend to factor in everything. I will not rule that out. Yes, it is my hope because I tend to be very optimistic that Liberians are voting on merit as opposed to religious affiliation or as opposed to ethnic or tribal affiliation. But we know very well the status of people who are different. Mandingos have been marginalized in our country. Islamic people have been marginalized in our country. And I'm not sweeping it under the rug. I'm going to speak about it just like I speak about people who are marginalized in this country. Women have been marginalized in Liberia. So it is something that is on the forefront of my head. I'm glad that people are thinking at a different level in Liberia, that they tend to be more open-minded. But I mean, I just had an experience this weekend. I actually have people have typed me, they send me stuff in my inboxes about, religious and ethnic differences. So I will talk about it when I see it.
No, nobody can stop you from saying what you want to say. Our own views. For me, I know where we came from, and I know how long we went on the tribal wars and we killed each other, what it brought the country into. So this is very, very serious of a topic that we need to come and just say it as it is. If anyone think that divisiveness will lead to the next election of bloodshed, we should discourage that. Colonel Gray. We should talk about an individual willing to help or hurt the country, whether we can vote for that individual, but not because they are crown, they are crew, they are Congo. The tribal divisiveness will lead us into another 14, 15 years of civil bloodshed. And we don't want that. So the more politicians try to pitch that message, we should discourage them. The Liberal we know today will only vote for you when they believe in you. And I do believe that is one of the best things we can talk about when the thing you're going to carry that message. But welcome to the show, Sis Glennie and Conor Gray. Emmanuel, let me ask you on this topic. What's your take? This is just in passing. We'll get to our topic. What do you think?
Stand first, let me apologize for the background because oh, am I the one coming out of that? Okay, let me apologize for the background. If any noise, I'm in the airport at George Bush International Airport in Houston. But this is my take. Many of us Liberians have limited understanding of our history and of our people. So we act not knowing our history. We portray people as Congo, not knowing the origins of the word Congo. We do not know how to significantly demarcate between quote unquote American Liberians and the Congos. So we have all these things that we struggle with. My grandfather was John Moe from Arlington. John Moe has 60 children with his wife in the house, and my grandmother is a traditional native woman from Swan Mecca district in Bumming County. And they moved on to Babulu, Babulu, where my grand aunt was the chief zoo for Babulu for many, many years. Mam Bebelo, they know her in that area. 50%, let me make it this way much better. 40% of my families are Christian, 40% are Muslim, 20% worship anything. So I will be my Liberian, the history of my family makes me to be a perfect Liberian. So I will be foolhardy to start speaking against Islam, to start speaking against Christianity, or even speaking against African traditional religion. Because in my family, everybody has a place, different percentage of us have different things we worship. I have been to one of my permanent uncle was the one that have a great foundation in Virginia. In fact, he established the first mosque in Virginia, Uncle Zinamo, which passed away 3 4 years ago. And people who are in Virginia area knows him. He was my mother, my and wonderful brother, and he was a great person to be around when he was alive. Why we are denied that section of my family because I want to prove anything to whosoever. So when we start to study our history as Liberians, we will stop all these. I'm so sorry. We will stop all this negativity about religion, all this negativity about ethnicity, all this negativity about uh, 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 ethnic background. We don't have tribes in Liberia. Tribe is a European term. In sociology, tribe is a negative connotation. It's not. So I don't believe we had
Thank
tribes
you.
in Nigeria.
We just do that impossible, man. Thank you for telling us that you're from Swell Market District. Thank you. Thank you for giving us your family history. But again, I want to I like to hear from everybody. This is very serious. This tribal thing about bringing in, the division, so I can only vote for the person because they are crew or they are petty or they are alumni. We got to kill it. But our biggest topic for tonight, and everybody probably you have seen it, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Jeremiah Kwankun, interview today on ELBS. We are doing everything possible to have a one-on-one interview with the Vice President here on Spoon Talk, that we can grill him. Listen, the Vice President owe it to us to question him, and he must give us that interview. But we will talk about what we heard from him today. You will tell me what you think. We will go to the phone line and ask the Liberian people what they think about Vice President Jeremiah Kwankun interview. But Colonel Gray, let's chip off this thing about Musa Madigo, man, so I can vote for him. What say you?
Good day, everyone. Madam Richardson, and of course, my dear Glenda, how are you? Good. Stanton, Liberia is a melting pot, especially we all have those mixed backgrounds. My maternal grandmother, of course, strong Islamic woman, probably even having a Mandingo origin, if I'm not mistaken. But I just feel that there's still some level of bias when it comes to certain tribal entities in our country. No matter how you look at it, but these are some of the difficult conversations that we must have if we are going to improve on our democracy. The implicit bias or explicit biases you cannot do away with, because Liberia has not reached that stage there yet where they will embrace just everybody at once. But there are individuals who have played very dominant roles in our body politic, and you can't just dismiss them that if they don't get their way in certain point is because of their tribe. I don't necessarily buy that any tribal bias would stop either Mr. Bilty or Mr. Connie. I don't know. They've played that role in our society, but
so it's good to hear that. Hey, man, we got to dismiss this, and it's good to hear you going that route as well, right? Because we're moving quickly. We got about a few more minutes left. Let's finish on this. Sis Glenny, welcome to the show, though. Dr. Boba, it's good to see you. Jacob, as always, the rest of the guys will be joining us. It's going to be a big interview that was done today by the Vice President Jeremiah Kwankun. We will be going back to the Liberian people. Tell us what you think, okay, from the Vice President interview. Glenny, let's hear you on this. Because you might not go person, I will not vote for you. Short story.
I think I will be the wrong one to answer, to even speak about that, because people even tend to refer to me as Congo. They always say that I'm Congo. I always, if you follow me, you hear me all the time. My mother is Screw from Greenville, where the civilized Screw people come from. My father was from Grand Bassa, around Wakata, number 2 compound area.
And are you making it worse?
My grandfather
Greenville gets civilized and Sando. We're talking about divisiveness. So you are saying that civilized people come from Greenville. Hey, Glendy.
They will not give me chance. Hello, y'all. Let me tell you, I'm not into that divisiveness. Once a Liberian, always a Liberian. Whether you're from Guinea, whether you're from whatever, if you are recognized as a Liberian, you are a Liberian to me. I don't do that divisive Mandingo versus Congo stuff. No, I do not. I don't do that. That all you wanted us to say? I have something else.
Yeah, I'm just trying for us to kill this, Glenny, because it's getting to, we don't want to go back. It's a bad thing. Let's just say we will vote for somebody, we'll champion the cause for a better Liberia, not on a tribal line, right? There's so many reasons people vote for an individual to be representative, senator, president, vice president, whatsoever. But Glenn, thank you, but I just disagree with you. There is no civilized crew because you're from Greenville, and that's a problem.
The people from Lexington, they are the Congo crew.
All right, Jacob How you gonna say anything on that one?
Stanton, yeah, that is a good topic, and it's good that we breezing through it. Maybe sometime in the future it will be something we'll dwell on. But for me personally, I can speak for myself. I tell anybody, I'm extremely blind to all these identities, whether tribal, religion. I don't even know what those things mean in real life. It has no meaning to me. It's absolutely meaningless to me, to be honest. You know, I don't identify. I don't even know my tribe, my religion, my color. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's extremely irrelevant to me as an important issue to make a decision. I am somebody who loves life. I love friendship. I love human beings. I love animals. I just love everything. So it's irrelevant to me what somebody color tribe is of absolutely no value. You know, I connect with you. You know, I love you for the fact that you're a human being. Whatever you are is of no value to me at all. I can say that repeatedly. So when I hear people say these things, you know, for me, it's strange to me. Like, if I want to support somebody to be leader in my country, I go for your heart. I go for, you know, the value you bring to solve the issues you're trying to solve. And whatever tribal identity, religious identity is purely personal matter to you. It doesn't count at all in my book. So I think more of Liberians need to get to that level, because that's the only way we can progress as a country and as a human society, generally speaking.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bopla, let's hear you. And we'll finish up with my brother Vendetta Patrick.
Good evening, Stanton. Good evening to all my friends, colleagues, and those who watch and listen. You know, Liberia is at a place where we need to be brutally honest with one another. We sugarcoat things. That's why we don't address our challenges of history. And so we have the propensity to keep repeating stuff. First of all, Congo people, indigenous people, are Liberian people. So we can't reconstruct the history. Yeah? The people came from free slave, they crossed the river, they came here, they settled down, and we learned to live together. Yes, there were, there was a lot of segregation and those kinds of things, but we managed to get to where we are today. The question we need to keep asking ourselves is, what does indigenous heritage have to do with development? Because ours is not like America, for example, where they got a lot of cushion. Things are developed, you can fight racism in different tiers, but ours is different. So why am I electing Yakparo or Mapu? I liken them to do something for my community. They add the tribe to INA. So when you add a certain tribe, then it'll be more likely to build public toilet or pave the road. And when we can't answer, then we drop it totally. It don't make sense. A Liberian is a Liberian. I'll vote for you because of what I believe you can do, and not because you have an ethnicity. Okay, it doesn't make sense. When the challenge one to know that. So when this thing started raising an ugly head, we need to shoot it down and tell people to stop being silly. We got work to do. Roads need to be paved, schools need to be built, hospitals need to be improved so people can't run to America every time when they get a headache. Let's do that. And anybody can do it if you're committed and you are about the people's business, and your tribe will not factor in no way, no how. So leave that one out. Let's build Liberia and let's do it together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopla. Vandera, welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Sis Grandy, good to see you back.
Thank you, Vanessa. I see you miss me.
Yeah, I miss you a lot.
Thank you.
The issue of tribalism or Congo native, whatever you may term it to be, It's a problem that we have to deal with. It's not going to be solved right now. Article 10 of the Liberian Constitution states clearly that the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia shall be taught in all institutions of learning. I think in the minds of the crafters of our Constitution, they were aware that in order to live in a society where good governance will prevail, the citizen must understand clearly the guiding principles, how to elect their leaders, how to hold their leaders accountable. Regretfully, that provision of the Constitution is in complete violation. So as a matter of fact, during elections, tribalism will surface because that is the common identity people see. Your own that your own. In fact, these are some of the campaign messages. Your own that your own. The man comes from certain tribe, and that tribe is the most dominant tribe in a particular locale. That man will win. Because he will say, we've been marginalized. If you don't elect your own son, the other people come and get it, you're going nowhere. I don't believe in tribalism. And, you know, CEO, the first time I went to the US, I was hosted by a Mandingo man. Very decent man. My tribe, they never welcomed me. I stayed in that man's home for 6 months. What will make me think today that tribalism matter? When I was helping people, creating the platform to advance their voices, I never look at tribalism. So this society, in conclusion, CEO, we need to speak on this thing consistently. As a child, I saw innocent people being destroyed simply because they were associated with certain tribes. So today we see it in elections. We see it in offices.
Thank you.
Sometimes you look at certain ministry and agency of government, you see certain people dominating. They don't have qualification equal to others. Simply
Thank you very much for that, Patrick. Thanks. Thanks. We want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. We'll jump straight into our conversation. We got the call in to investigate Sam Jala, representative from Baldwin County. We still talking about the Amara Conan issue, getting to be very, very concerning. Our major takeaway topic tonight is the topic concerning the Vice President Jeremiah Pancon interview. A big interview was done today on ELBC. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from the Liberian people. We will play most of the clips and just say whether the Vice President actually did his best to pitch the message for and only for this government. But as we close up, we'll bring the other guys on. I'd like to say I will end with this one quickly. This is the Liberia we know. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. This is the Liberia we need to celebrate. There will be no need for division. Come and talk your own, and I'll talk my own, and the Liberian people will decide. There will be no bloodshed. There will be no war. There will be no discrimination. We will fight politically. We'll convince the people on the fence and in the fence and outside the fence to believe our message. And that's exactly what we do here every night on Spoon Talk. If you are correct to go, come on, join the party. But I say you should come with everything in you. As we think Liberia, love Liberia, and build a beautiful Liberia, where are you, my people? And that's why we say, pow, pow, pow. We're going to say this in every tribe, in every dialect, every corner, every cultural group. We got to learn and we got to listen. We got to
Are we
push.
dollar there? The one you singing, are we dollar?
Don't forget my number. You said I'm better?
Not better you speaking the one you speaking the way you singing it.
So what is
Thank you. Thank you. Now I ask
Give
you.
us the interpretation of the song.
He doesn't know.
You know,
He just
Just get an English version back. And let's move.
No, here's the problem. As we strive to do our best to bring unity and erase division, you guys still pushing me. Glenny said the people from Greenville, they are still like you saying that we strive. That fella song, we will take it as it is. You know, go sing your own. Go sing your own. I'm singing my own. And that's what makes the people love Spoon Talk. We want to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us today. Let's ride. I want to say, listen, guys, what's on your mind? We skipped that already. We're going to just promote. No, but Glenny, wait now. Glenny, this is your second day on the show saying you left 6 months ago. Don't give us hard time, Glenny.
6 months.
Yeah, but don't give a hard time, Glenny. Don't come here and can't do that again. We're not talking about dinner. If we're talking about dinner, you'll talk. So
I see what you are talking.
I will. Let me upload it, Glenny. I got to upload them first. Let me upload it. All right. So I want to say to all of you, let's jump into it. It's a beautiful show tonight. I want to say, welcome to the show, Wait for Bangura. We will be going to our folks in the radio land, taking calls. Jeremiah Kwankun, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it. The Vice President scheduled this interview, ELBC. It was firing. It was unique. But a lot of people said they didn't listen. Let me go around the block. Did you listen to it, CMC Jacob Jara? Did you listen to it? Is that yes, Jacob?
I followed this morning.
That Boplet, did you listen to it? That Boplet, they got some group on the radio land, though. They are not saying loud. They want to hear you talking.
I'm sorry. No, I did not. I did not listen to the VP's interview.
Okay, did you listen to it? Did you listen to it, Vendetta Patrick? You got to unmute, VP.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm following.
Did you listen to Vice President interview today, this morning?
Oh, yes. I listened to him.
Okay. Well, for obviously, I don't need to ask you. Listen to it. I mean, that's
that was our show.
He's saying you're a political leader, so you listen to it.
That's our show.
You say you listen to it, right?
Portions.
You listen to a portion of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to it, we need your feedback. We need your comment. It's very important. He said a lot. He spoke about the yellow machine. He spoke about the Putu Mountain, which is a big one, right? He spoke about the situation in the country. He spoke about a lot of stuff. But what say you? We welcome each and every one of you to Spoon Talk. Let's get started. I want to start with you, Dr. Richardson. I don't know what I got you right. You say you listen to it, Dr. Richardson, or portion of it?
I did not listen to this.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it up from start to beginning. I'm gonna play it, but just the overview, real quick, 30-second, guys. Jump into it if you listen to it. So Dr. Richardson will skip you. We're trying to upload every one of them. Emmanuel, what's your takeaway? You say you listen to a portion of it. What's your takeaway? 30-second, because we're going to play the answer one at a time.
I had one major concern from the Vice President interview. The Vice President disclosed when he was asked about the situation at the Guinea border that we have some forces besides the military, that 2 of them can go into any country and capture cities in those countries. And that had me wondering, who paying for these forces? Which line of our budget are they on? Who are the one commanding them? Why are they out? What are the reasons that they are outside of the military? If they are outside the military, who is their commanding officer? Is the President of the Republic aware of these extra forces that the Vice President spoke about today? Those are pertinent questions that hit my mind when he spoke to that issue.
They on NSA budget.
Yeah. So I know during the elections there was a special Unity Party force maybe MDR have joined our force and Bandawa Bangura reside to be the commander-in-chief of that force. But where are those forces?
All right, thank you very much. Let's jump into it. Let me go ahead and bring you in, Glennie. Quickly, we'll pick it back from where we left off because Dama is uploading them. It's very important for us to listen to the interview and talk about the issue at hand. The Liberian people want to know where we are, where they are, whether the vice president did his best today. Glennie, you listen to a portion of it. What say you in 30 seconds?
I think one of the things to the portions that I listened to, it was, I almost felt that there was a disconnect from the government's position as it relates to the Guinea border and some of the things that the vice president disclosed. So was he speaking, he's a vice president, of course, he represents the president, but some of those things that he was forthcoming with, example, to what Dr. George said, is it something that is it information that is widespread amongst the government? Do the government know about this? They should, but this was something that we were just hearing about. I also, the stuff about the Putu Mountain was major to me. I mean, the things that he said. One of the things, my takeaway also, I would have hoped that there would have been more journalists there because Liberia is compact than having just a small group of people. And I was looking to see if there would have been a female journalist there asking some questions instead of limiting it to just 3 or 4 men asking questions. So I would hope that when they do it next time, that it becomes a consortium of different people from different walks of life, whether they're for the government, not for the government, so we get balance in the questions that were asked. That's what I approached it to be.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Conor Gray, I have to go back to Dr. Richardson too, because you're getting, I think you're following. So after Conor Gray, I want to hear what you listened to so far. I'm going to put everything out there because it's going to be a very interesting one today. Conor Gray, 30 seconds, Conor Gray.
I'm going to wait for you to play any audio, but I didn't have the opportunity to listen.
You say you didn't have to. Thank you very much. Let me bring you. Let me give you your 30 second Dr. Richardson overview though. The vice president came up. You know what? I'm gonna wait for my own takeaway here because the fact that he came up. Let me give you 30 seconds, Dr. Richardson. What say you?
Well, I mean, if he spoke to the Liberian people and addressed the concerns of Liberians, meaning the pressing issue right now is the border. The second issue would be the budget as it relates to education, healthcare, and infrastructure. If those things he addressed, then I would have welcomed his coming out. But if he just came just to lecture and to have a rap session with Liberians, then there was no need. So that's my thought about it. I guess Stanton left, but that was my thought about it. Emmanuel, George, you want to go next, and then we'll just follow Dindy, and then Conor Gray.
I think we already went. Me and
probably. Yeah, I'm done. I think it's Jacob Jara time. Conor Gray said he had nothing to say.
Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, I followed. I followed this morning. But
Stanton's question was, did he need to come out?
Oh yeah, of course, yes. I mean, the national leaders of the country will have to speak to the country all the time. But I think Stanton asked another question about, what's my take generally around what the vice president said. I thought that question was still alive. We're still talking about it.
Okay.
But my point is I have the same kind of criticism I had the last time for Amara Kone when he spoke at the Senate, particularly around some national issues that I spoke here around that I was a little bit frontal about in terms of criticizing Amara. I think I have the same kind of criticism I want to slap at the door of the vice president today. I think broadly, generally, the vice president today sounded to me like a political pundit, like a political commentator. Like someone who is not in a position of authority or policy authority to change the country and to drive solution and to drive impact. somebody like the vice president, president of the republic, who holds strong policy position to to drive the solution on the ground. I'm not in the mood to take lecture from them around talking about paralysis of analysis or analyzing the solution and sounding, like a critic, of the government solution. I'm not impressed about that. And I think a lot of that came out of the vice president today, particularly when he was talking about the mining sector, some of the terrible things that are going on in the mining sector. In fact, he said he went to Bee Mountain. It was his very first time going to Bee Mountain in Kinjar. But this is a vice president who was representative, who was senator, who voted on that concession agreement a number of times. But he said he never been to Kinjar. He never seen the operation of Bee Mountain where he never seen it before. So what was he voting for? And he's been vice president for level 2 years, and he's a policy actor at a higher level, top to go run the country, but he's never been to a multi-million-dollar concession that is working in Liberia, and he doesn't know for first thing what was going on there. So I think it shows some of the bankruptcy that goes on at the legislature and among our leaders. They signed this document, they signed this MDA, they made the big commitment, commit the country to this thing, but they have precisely no idea what is going on the ground. That for me was a huge disappointment from the vice president. And the second and last point I'd like to talk about, when he spoke about today, was Liberian business economic empowerment. And he talked about Liberian businesses. And he analyzed the problem. The problem with Liberian business growth, Liberian economic empowerment, is well documented. We all know the problem. We want solution. And I think the vice president is in a position, the vice president, the president is in a position to solve the problem. And I didn't see here any concrete solution, because I expected the vice president today to be reporting to the public, to the Liberian people, to say, okay, we've been in power 2.5 years. This is the big change we've made. These are the transformations we've delivered. This is our impact. This is where we are, and this is where we're going to take the country to. And I think 90% of what the vice president said today was just analyzing the problem, and I'm not impressed by that. I want to see solution. I want to see impact, because he's vice president now. He's vice president to a president. We want to see solution. And I heard a lot of analysis today, so I was not impressed. I think it was a massive failure of the vice president today.
Thank you, Dr. Borbelet.
Dr. Richardson, I said earlier that I've not had the chance to listen to the interview, but I will say, like Jacob just said, I will say that we're at a critical point. We're almost totally in the middle of this game, right? And this is time now to start either announcing that we've done X, Y, Z, that we've done some transformative things, or hold steady. This thing is about to take off. Impact is about to be felt across counties or across schools or through our healthcare system. This is a time to be strategic and to be very pointed, so that people can start to really build confidence that this thing is getting better. So I didn't listen to the interview, so I can't really respond to that. But I do know that at this critical stage, an influential leader, the second in command, like our vice president, use every opportunity to speak to the people, not just in aspirational terms. We're past that stage now, but in practical, results-oriented terms. That a year from now, this whole Montserrat County will be a clean place. Our people will breathe better. They'll be healthier. Speak directly to the challenges of people. And I agree with Jacob. Don't iterate problems. Leadership is not about explaining problems. It's about solving them. So come with solution. Here's what we're doing. Here's what we're going to do. Hold steady. It's getting better. And I can show you some samples from Grand Bassa to this place to this place. So I just want to say that as something prescriptive for those who have the privilege to lead us. Use the opportunity to speak about solutions and not just regurgitate the problem. We know the problem. You don't got to tell us. We know the problem. I got 18 hours of no light here in Gaia Town. So my generator running, I'm paying $6.55 a gallon. So I'm running my generator every day. Don't tell me about the problem. Tell me about the solution. Look, we start to talk to some partners. We are going to privatize LEC because after all these years, we cannot justify why it must be state-owned because it is the most significant infrastructure for socioeconomic development in this whole country. Tell me a solution, please. Don't just have a problem. I know it. I live in the problem.
How you call it? Sorry that I had to deal with Mr. Levi on this very critical show today. Yes, indeed, I had to reposition him, but thank God we're back. I want to say the topic, and I think the only topic today, because everything I'm seeing here will be the vice president. Are you okay, Emmanuel? I see that you're laughing. Is everything okay? Dr. George, are you okay? You can start with clean clothes or sometimes end with dirty clothes. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, okay. All right. I hope that I just want to say you okay. We're going to get into it real quick. We're going to, I know we all listen to it. Let's just jump into it and let's just bring it. Asido, welcome to the show. Vendetta, you have not spoken, right? Let's give you 30 seconds.
I haven't
and I will
spoken
start
either.
uploading. Yeah, go ahead. 30 seconds, guys, please. We got to play those excerpts from the interview.
Nothing else you expect from the vice president of the country but to defend the arrest agenda for which he was elected. In his presentation today, he spoke about the Western Cluster, 300.
VP, we got the music sound from your back. VP, music playing from your end.
My brother, my neighbors are having birthday party, my brother.
Oh, they would really cause you a problem, yeah, VP, because we don't want to be in problem with. Is there any way you can relocate? But that's why you won't Kosu for. You won't Kosu to go to birthday party. Manage it. Just but manage it. I want you on the show, VP. Just manage it.
I don't want my parents to because the music keep coming. So this is not America where you can tell somebody lower your music. Here they will cause the hell out of you.
Just manage it, Vandala. You always talk.
Yeah, get to your ear a little bit so you ignore the music, please. But like I said, the vice president spoke on several things, but because of time, what I gathered today was the issue of the Western Cluster, where the government boasted about the $300 some more $1 million road corridor in Putu Mountain. I think he talked about that. And they also talk about the performance contract for government officials. For me, I don't know why it's it all about. If you don't perform well, whether you can be dismissed, I don't know. But he spoke lengthily about that. But where I wanted the vice president to really emphasize on was, I'm getting my, I don't know, somebody is muted, I don't know.
Stanton, you got to mute Stanton.
Okay, so if I mute, I want to be auto. Okay, guys, I want to upload these videos. Just bear with us quick, small, VP, please.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Vandala.
So sometimes in a society like this, where there's noise or sometimes the government should muster the courage to take some responsibilities and say, we agree things are high, but
VP, muted. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Sorry, man, my father muted me. So I wanted him to emphasize more.
Why are you doing this to me, man? I didn't even test your microphone, man.
Oh, sorry.
Baby, go enjoy your birthday party. You're in Kosu, you went there to have fun. Go enjoy, brother. Go enjoy your birthday party. That's how we offer you today. No, we understand. We understand it. Go enjoy. But man, the party they invited you, go enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow, Chief. Yeah, the man go enjoy. The man try, he can't make it. He's smelling the food. The same calling, he said, VP, can we come to start? The man want to talk, but he can't make it. Go enjoy your party. That's all we can do, VP. Go do your patashi. Go enjoy yourself. My man. But let's get into it. Let's get to it, guys, because we're running against time. I want to say to all of you, you raised an issue, Emmanuel George. Let me play this quickly. You will do it when we get back to your bakery trip. Let's get into it. We got so many clips that we caught, and we got to listen to I bake you with friend and ask to do Kev Hassan. Of the VP concerning the Guinea border, let's listen to what the VP said and we'll run through it.
Border. I got updated every day. Look, I hear people say, yeah, the Guinea got a huge military and this and that, blah, blah, Liberia can't make it. We got fighting forces here beside the army. I can't cause me. 2-3 persons can cross in the morning to capture one whole city in some country. Yeah, yeah. It happened here, we know. But
let me come to you, Wilfred, and then we'll run through. What really the VP say?
So, Stanton, thank you very much. I'd like to use this time to say good evening from my end to all of the panelists. It's great to be on the show tonight. The Vice President is a very brilliant man. He's a copious speaker, and he is a man who is well abreast with the issues. Let's go to the clip you just played. And, to Dr. George, I think this is where you drew your, the falsehood you try to spew. This is where you drew it from. But let's dispel that. It is common knowledge that nation states around the world got what they call reservist forces. Israel has got a reservist troop. Liberia experienced more than 14 years of civil crisis. And so war is not new to Liberia. So we have people who fought the war in Liberia. When this crisis started at the border point, most of them came and gave press conferences. They willingly granted press conferences, and they expressed their willingness to defend the nation state. I speak of Bodnike, as he's called. I speak of Young Blogbe. I heard his press conference, and many others. We know that we have strong people like Roland Duo and others who are here. And the Vice President was saying, in case of emergency, in case Liberia has got no choice at all, we still got men who can defend this country. And these men, their heroic exploits during the civil crisis, is history. It's well known. These military feats they achieved on the battlefield is something that is well known. The reason for that was to just send a message to the naysayers who really thought that the government is so afraid, the government is panicking, the government is genuflecting to Guineans. That's why it is pursuing the pathway of diplomacy. The intention was to let them to know that, no, your country is not weak. By saying that you do not want to fight does not mean that you're weak. It only means that you are strong and you are more mature because you've gone through war. You know about the devastating consequences of war. Therefore, war was not necessary. He said that peace was the foreign policy objective of the nation. So by alluding to that, did not mean that there are forces already organized, that these people are on NSA payroll, that they're sitting out somewhere in one bush, that somebody is giving them command instruction, that they are a separate group away from the armed forces of Liberia. None of these things. And let's cut that off. We know that we all came on this show, and people say, yes, we have former ex-combatants here who have capabilities. Some of them can overrun whole cities.
Thank you. We got a lot to cover. Just hit this thing, and I think you're making some certain point as to why the VP said what he said concerning the border guys. We got to take it as recorded. I want to beg you, do not divert. Let's just go as we cut this clip. Then we will have clear understanding. You don't have no more 30 seconds. You don't have no more 30 seconds.
Okay,
no,
so I will come back. I want to speak.
Yeah, but we'll move on. We'll come back to you. You make some good point. Let's just ride with it. We like 10, 11 in on the show. Fubi in the back, other in the back. So we got to give our best option and our best talking point. Yeah, I say, I play this thing about the border. Was a VP addressing the border issue, or are you agreeing with what Wilfred Bangura is saying, the position in which the VP spoke about the border issue? I said, what really Jeremiah was trying to say here concerning the border? Because the people are concerned. We still got border issue. What was his clear message concerning the border today in our interview?
Well, Stanton, thank you, and hi to everyone. Unfortunately,
I didn't get the time to chime in initially because there was a point very keen I wanted to speak to. But sincerely, when you were playing the clip, I don't know if it was my phone because I'm using my phone, so it was very low. If you mind playing it one more time so that I can actually hear what the vice president said.
All right, let me play it. Let me play it. Let me play it one more time.
Hold up. I got update every day. Look, I hear people say, yeah, the Guinea got a huge military and this and that, blah, blah, Liberia can make it. We got fighting forces here beside the army. I can cause me 2-3 persons can cross in the morning to capture one whole city in some country. Yeah, yeah. It happen here, we know. But
I think it was very clear as we listen to it. What's your take now? 2-3 guys, 2-3 forces can capture a whole city. What was the message? And I want, maybe Wilfred will come back. I want to get that message that what the VP were putting up today. What was it?
So, again, I'm thinking the issue is from my phone. I'm thinking, because I'm not really getting him clearly. I try to put my ear to it. But let me just go on based on what my brother Bangura said, because I really didn't get what the people were saying. Hopefully I can get it later. Taking clue from what Bangura said without actually speaking to what the VP said, because I really didn't get it, I would think it sends a mixed message of the path the government is pursuing and what the VP did say the government is in readiness of. Time and over again, we have always heard that the government is only and one interested in diplomacy. Now, if the vice president came up and sent a message to Guineans to let them know that no, in addition to our armed forces that we have, again, this is based on what Bangura said, because I really didn't get the vice president's own statement, so I may be wrong in my own analysis. Please bear with me if that is the case. That would mean, in addition to the army that we have as the national safeguarding of our country, we do also have other forces, apparently, that we don't know of, that are in readiness to engage you. The fact that we initially said diplomacy, we want you to know that diplomacy is not the only thing that we are pursuing, because we do have a standby forces that will want to come to us. If this is the case, where exactly does the government stand? What policy is the government trying to pursue? Is it a policy on the basis of forces that are already in existence? Because that's what I actually got from Abel Bangura, not hearing the vice president to repeat that, just so that people know I am not speaking directly on what the VP said, because I really didn't get him. So the question is, where is the government standing? Which way are they standing? The left side that is pushing diplomacy, or the right side that have forces ready to move in? Because you will be telling the Liberian people that, you know what, diplomacy is not our first, it's not our second, but it is something we are trying on. So in case that fails, we have these people already ready to move in. And from what I gathered from the brother, he said that's not only the AFL. Well, I don't want to agree that the vice president did say, though, that people fought war before, and those people that actually fought war, they are here now to fight war. My own reasoning from what this brother just explained is that we have forces already established, ready to move on, because those that fought war have been disarmed. We don't know them to be fighters anymore. Again, I wish I could take a break and listen to what the VP say, because I know my brother here will twist it and spin it in his own way, but I just have to come around.
So yeah, I said, you know what, the full clip, I'm trying to upload the full clip because I think I will beg our reporters and the great men at Spoon to cut this thing to its entirety. Then when we will get the message. Let me go down to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, Kev, welcome, will come to you. You listen to the VP Bodo interview segment. This clip is very important because a lot of people get in trouble for making statement about the border. The government talk about diplomacy, and here we are now from the vice president's own mouth. What did he say? How did he sell that to the Liberian people? Guys, I beg you, let's just observe our 1 minute or so on each segment, on each excerpt for us to run through everything. Dr. Richardson, what say you?
So my train of thought is going to focus on what Dr. George said earlier. The vice president is admitting that there are 2-3 persons in a country besides the army that can cross into any city, that can cross into a country and capture a whole city. Why the Liberian people are not aware of this? Why is it that we are not aware of this? What budget is this is covering these 2-3 persons? Are we also putting these 2-3 persons that the vice president named Wilfred and Gura Anemia that I'm not even going to highlight? Are there people that we are supposed to be highlighting in our culture, considering that our country suffered a civil war? So I'm interested in knowing, where is it in terms of our budget? Where do they fall? Who's supporting them? Are they espionage type situation that we don't know? Is it appropriate for our country to host 2-3 persons that can go into any country and capture the city? Those are the questions that I want to know. Or is it one of those NSA things that that are highly classified that the country just cannot know about? So those are my questions that I have.
I'm going to go ahead and bring you in, Dr. Colonel Gray, because Dr. George spoke on this. Then I will play the entire 4-minute clip. Colonel Gray.
I have not spoken on this issue.
But you raised the issue, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was part of our general conversation.
All right, then go ahead now before I bring Colonel Gray in. You go ahead.
Yeah. I think the vice president was showboating and he makes news worse in that conversation. And I agree with my brother.
I'm sorry, the vice president or corporate speaker.
Okay. No, I agree with my brother Bangura. They treating him how to spin. He had work to do today.
Then they really say you're right. He's a popular speaker.
But this is the point here, Stanton, that I want to raise. The vice president should know that we have not forgotten that when President Charles was in charge of our country in 1999 to 2001, there were incursions from Liberia into Guinea. Those incursions were repelled. They were seriously repelled. So we have a history of our military or supporting incursions into Guinea in Gege to Macenta and Casey Dong or something like that. So there is history of it, and we have the history that we did not win. So I support the vice president and by talking about soft diplomacy. But again, the concern is being raised. And hopefully the vice president will clarify, because the tape at the point is not clear. Did he say inside? Did he say outside? Did he say besides? It appears that the vice president is speaking to alternative force. And as Bangura said, which is a question that we raise, if Bangura is talking about the ragtag army generals that came from the civil war, that they are our fighters, those fighters was not loyal to anybody. They were loyal to themselves and their personal gain. So how come when were they recruited into reserve forces? Who is the commander of these reserve forces that my dear Bangura is talking about? Those are questions. Because if Bangura
so allow, and this is very important because it's straight to the border issue. I'm going to play the entire 4-minute. Kev, you'll come in. A lot of people calling me now to say, well, the vice president was sending message, right, to Guinea. And how you think Guinea going to take this from the sitting vice president of the Republic of Liberia? But it will be unfair to actually listen to the entire thing, right, Colonel Gray? Exactly when the VP stopped, where he came from and where he stopped at. Let the Liberian people listen to this. Let's listen to the entire thing.
Put up. I got updated every day. Look, I hear people say, yeah, the Guinea got a huge military and this and that, blah, blah, Liberia can't make it. We got fighting forces here beside the army. I can't cause of me. 2-3 person can cross in the morning to capture one whole city in some country. They are here. It happened here. We know. But how did it help us? It destroyed us more. When gunfire at our border, it will be happening way in Lofa, but we will start joking when we're in Monrovia. The war will be more here among ourselves than what happening at the border. And so, soft diplomacy is the way out. Look, you were here during the Judy Bryant time, 2 persons making confusion, and the year without any money, they were that Christian-Muslim war. Some of you remember.
The Jakarta area there.
Imagine gunfire at the border. And some people here just get ready and go to some of our friends who from Guinea here doing business. Or that Guinea people here. And our people on our side too, they start killing them. You know what you're talking about. Even in Monrovia. Look, international community to tell us to start to the border, but the war will still be fighting here. And if you were here during the war, you don't want to hear about war. Look, it's better to wake up in the morning, eat cassava peace, than to see war. It's not a joking thing. I was a child when the war was fighting. I used to be selling Jim John brand on the front line. I'm not fire gun, but the CP. When the men are fighting to EFLA Junction, and maybe somewhere, Tubu Road Junction, then here at the CP, like the army men can get out when they come from fighting, like they can rest to get their Jim, their John, their brand. I was picking, I get my cigar on my back, my King to gallon, they buying from me, they gunfiring where they are. Yeah, but I've fire gun before. And so we know what went on in this country. So, soft diplomacy is the way. And we are achieving. Look, are we still engaging? We are still engaging. And working.
The president is
so you see,
the president is still here, Mr. Vice President.
Perfect. There we go. Look, you see Iran and the US.
I want to stop there, right? I don't know who said they'll stay here. The vice president said they would go. Self-diplomacy. Quickly, guys. Careful. Let's hear you.
So you crossing me now?
Yeah, I will come to you. I will come to you, Conor Gray. I will come to you after Craig.
Let me say hi to everybody. The vice president can say everything. People will say play all the tape. Play everything. But one thing the vice president said, we got people, we got forces, excluding the military, that can go into a neighboring country and see.
Did he say that? Did he say exactly that? We got forces excluding the military?
That he said we got people. You play it from the beginning. He said we got people.
No, I want to understand, and this is big because it's about the border. Let's quote the vice president and exactly what he said.
The vice president said, we got forces, we got people who can go and take over a whole country, a whole time. Matter of fact, his lieutenant on the show doubled down and said, and call names. And that's what he's saying. So what the vice president is saying here, we have trained rebels that we can send anywhere in the country, anywhere in different countries. That's what the vice president is saying. We got rebels. The vice president is saying something will be happening in Lofa. Some of our rebels will be juking people in Monrovia.
Kev, I gotta hold you right there. Conor Gray, is that your own understanding here, Conor Gray? Kev, no, I'm not cutting you off, but I want us to run and get everybody. Is that your understanding? How Kev is interpreting this?
Let Kev continue. We all heard a message. Our problem in Liberia is comprehension, understanding. So let him go ahead. When he's
no, not let Kev go ahead. I'm giving you a time to talk. We gotta run through this thing.
Oh, you want me to talk?
Yeah.
Send us, as much as I know, the vice president was impressing to the Liberian people that diplomacy is the way forward. However, for those who think that we're afraid, we're weak, the Guinean army is stronger, this and all of that, here the mixture of individuals we have in our country. Is it a hidden secret that people fought war in Liberia and some of those skills, those expertise, those individuals who orchestrated those wars, they're still around? That if you attack their country, they have the ability to go into another country, 2 or 3 of them, to wreak havoc. And I don't know where Dr. Emmanuel George came from with the idea. Look, when those forces entered Guinea, there was hard diplomacy that had to get them from there. But they ran the Guinean army down, all the way from Gegedu, all the way going down. My brother, in case you don't know. So you have the wrong message. But we're saying that when war comes, nobody benefits. That's what he was saying. That people will start targeting people away from the front line. Nobody wins. So therefore, diplomacy is the way to go. When people twist other people's words, sometimes it's vexing to be able to sit down and listen to people playing with other people. What the guy were pushing for is that let's pursue diplomacy because this is better than us going to war. Well, if we were to go to war, we have the expertise, the skill set within our borders. Liberians will take upon their own to defend their country. That's all he was saying, aside from the military. What's so difficult in our language?
Let me bring in, thank you very much. Let me bring in that Sis Glennie and we'll go to Dr. Bopley.
Stanton,
yeah, I beg you, Kev.
Stanton, can you play that short clip again? Let everybody hear that you say we got people that can go and take whole time. That's the message there. Every other thing.
Hold on. We got to run through
the message is
Glennie.
We want to know
Kev, hold on.
Is talking about that.
Okay. All right, hold on. Glennie, what are you hearing here now? What's the main message? Who Vice President was speaking to?
So I think when I heard it first, it sounded like he was saying that we have, but when you listen, I think I want to agree with what Conor Gray said. I think what he was saying, what I heard, because I was playing it, also listening, replaying it to hear what he said. What he said was, there's no joke that we've been through the war. There's nobody should care that we don't have people here who can just go to another country and do this. I don't think he was talking about, I have to listen again, but I tend to want to agree with Conor Gray. What he said was, we have people who are capable to do this. That is what I thought I heard when I replayed what he said. I don't think he was saying that we have forces now at the border who can do it, because he said, I get briefed every day. There are people, we have the capacity of having people, two or three people who is able to go the next morning to do this in a town. I think he was talking about the fact that we went through the war and we still have people in Liberia who fought war. That's what I think. I don't think he was talking about the border. I listened to it like twice afterwards.
You don't think he was talking about the border? The question was about the border, though.
Yeah, but I think because he was saying he's getting briefed. So listen to it. I think everybody needs to listen and then really understand, because I listened to it again twice. He said he's getting briefed every day, and no one should think that we don't have people in our country. I don't think he was saying it definitely that we do.
So let me see if we can round on this. Thank you, Glennie. That's a Bopley, the situation where Amara saying we get about 2,000 AFS soldiers. You think the Vice President are trying to balance this argument out? That though people are saying we get about 2,000, but we get able-bodied men that can defend Liberia if the situation came up. But he was also saying we are about soft diplomacy here. Dr. Bopley, let's hear you.
I think that the government is about soft diplomacy. Is not secret. It's known, and obviously that is the way to go to resolve conflicts. However, he's the vice president of the republic, and there's been a lot of talk. So what is he supposed to say? He's supposed to come on the air and say, we're going to roll over and die. Y'all pray for us, because anything happen, we're in trouble. He said there are people who can defend this country. He's not lying. If it comes to that, there are people who will defend the country. There are people in the country. There are Liberians outside the country. And I talked some weeks ago about decorated Liberian Marine who was here recently visiting with me. So If it gets to that, we'll do that. But it's hard to just contain the meaning of what he was saying. But at least I heard that if need be, stand on a military thing, you can conscript people, you got to come, and then other people volunteer. So he's saying if it get to that, there are men here who can do that defense of the nation. And that by itself, without reading anything else into it, I don't see what's wrong with that. He's the vice president and he's speaking and he's saying, look, if it's necessary, that people can defend the country.
Okay, Bob, I said, okay, hold on, let everybody talk. I'll come to you, Jacob. Let's hear you. We'll finish up with Acid Do and wait for it. Then, Kev, you can say something. And this is very serious. Do you think what the vice president said is putting out threat? Do you think what the vice president said, he's giving hope to Liberians, say, listen, we can defend our country, but we'll move for self-diplomacy? I want you to close up on this one, Jake.
Stanton, we had this discussion for many times, and I remember what I said the last time. I may have gotten mixed up in translation, but I'll repeat that in reference to what the vice president said. First of all, it's very obvious that my party backed a diplomatic approach to this matter, and I think the government taking two in our land, I think the government has the full blessing of all Liberians to pursue diplomatic method to resolve the challenge, to resolve this matter. And I think that is the best possible way. No other option at this particular point should be pursued when we go for that, because we know the impact of war. The vice president said that. We all know that. However, as a country, as a state, we also are on an obligation, and this is beyond party politics and all of that. I put all of that one side to say, we as a country, we as a nation have a responsibility to defend ourselves. If it comes to that, we don't want to go to that. But I'm just saying, we're in a realm of hypotheticals now, so that's what I'm talking about, and I was asked. So if you have an aggressor, for example, and you have all other options exhausted early, are you just going to roll over and for somebody to come murder you as a chicken in the town? That would be cowardice. That would not happen. That's not even normal. So I'm just saying, and I don't even want to go to ex-combatants, the war. I don't even want to go to that part. What I would say is that even some of us, even somebody like Jacob Jala, in this country, and there is an invasion on the border and people come here, an aggressor, I would say that I would, on the first day, volunteer to join any legitimate fighting force to defend my country, defend my whole life. I don't have to go for another. Why we make it look like only certain people are supposed to go defend? No.
So let me ask a question, because we got to move on. We got to close on this. We got a lot to discuss again, folks. Thank you. We want to hear from the Liberian people. Jacob, on this border issue, Jacob, do you think the VP should have said it differently? Should have done more in explaining what's happening and explaining the next step here? Because what's the takeaway now on the border?
Let me say one thing. We've been following the dialogue, and 99% of the conversation for the last 1 month, 2 months has been focused on a pursuing diplomatic channel. But I think it's also a wise thing that at least even if one second point needs to be made, that this country can, and these people, when I talk about ESCO, we ourselves, Liberians, can defend their territorial integrity. We can't leave that only 1 second point has to be made, while 99% of the conversation focus on pursuing a diplomatic channel. We must be committed to that. And I back that as the absolute path forward diplomatic.
So you back what the VP said, and you're in agreement with the vice president then?
No, but the vice president doesn't have to say that. I said that before. I don't have to listen to the vice president saying that.
I'm confused, though. You said we must say it. The vice president said it. Then you say he doesn't have to say it.
No, but
you said it. So
whatever the vice president said, make the comment or not, is irrelevant to me. I'm saying, as a Liberian citizen, that we have the right to be able to defend ourselves. I don't depend on the vice president to say that. I care less about the vice president.
So I'm kind of confused now, right? You are saying what the vice president said, and you say it's irrelevant to you because you said it. You agree with the vice president that Liberia have men to defend Liberia, but soft diplomacy is the key, and that's what the government following through. You said it on Spoon Talk. So many people saying it. So you agree with the vice president that soft diplomacy is the key. Why in a day you say I don't agree and you say you agree? You cannot be for and against.
I think the vice president is agreeing with me in essence. I didn't listen.
Thank you. The vice president agree with you. Thank you very much. I think if you want that, then we got the vice president at least. You from the other side, the vice president agree with you and you carry your message. Say you want that, right? Wait for it.
Absolutely, Jacob. At least we have a consensus on this. So we want to applaud you.
I'm trying to understand who agree and who don't agree. But Jacob agree with the vice president.
That does not matter. You know, the spin doctors will try to put a spin on that, and it's good that they all got busted here. So Jacob, it doesn't really matter who said what first, but the message was clear today. We saw the patriots from Lufa during the very first moments of this aggression. They mobilized themselves. We saw that display. The vice president was alluding to all of that, including to what you just said. So thank you for that. You know, he was clear. Soft diplomacy is the only way forward. That's very clear. And Jacob said it better, except that he says he doesn't want anybody to say the vice president said it first. But the good news is that we are all in tandem with this. And this is very clear that the nation state is pursuing soft diplomacy. And this matter has been taken into ECOWAS. It has been taken into the African Union. It has been taken into the UN. And so help and solution is on the way. And this is big news. Last night we were on the show, Stanton. You had a big concern about this. And thankfully, we have a clarification from the vice president. So he spoke eloquently, and I thought it was really, really very clear. Thank you.
Look, thank you very much. I want to bring in Asad though and finish up with Kev Hassan. You see, let me say this, and this is what Spoon Talk is about. We get Jefferson Chessie and our brother Herman Fubi in the back. We'll bring them on. But if folks, you want to agree that Jacob even saying that the vice president took his line. So the vice president watched Spoon Talk and listened to everybody and agree with Jacob that indeed we get people that can defend the country from a grave, but notwithstanding, soft diplomacy is the key. Jacob said it, the vice president bought it, and that's the message. Anything contrary to that, make your case. I said, though.
Not people that can defend the country, we can defend ourselves.
So guys.
Not special people.
Guys.
We can defend ourselves as a country.
But it's okay now. Let's go to Isaac. Let's go to Isaac now. Jacob, let's go to Isaac. You already said a message that the vice president bought, so that's a good thing. Isaac?
So guys, we know one truth. The vice president misspoke. Would the vice president say the same thing he said today, give him another opportunity? No. Let's get straight here.
I think Jacob disagreeing with you though, Isaac.
It's okay. I was fighting the whole thing.
No, I'm sorry for that. I just want to tell you where Jacob stand at.
Whenever you speak, you have an intended audience. On this show, we are 10. If Dr. Richardson specifically asked me about her cell phone, and I responded by telling her, I'm able to steal your cell phone, but I will not steal it now. I will ask you for it. You know what she will do? She will take precaution because I have already told her that I can steal her cell phone. Although we are 10 on this platform, my targeted audience is Dr. Richardson, not everybody. The question to the vice president was about the border. There is only one country that Liberia currently has a border dispute with, and that country is Guinea. When the vice president responded that people know the border thing, people say we, he was not talking about Africa, neither Ghana. He was not talking about Tanzania or Japan, one country, and that's Guinea. Now, for the vice president to have started his answer and said, we do have people outside of the military that we know. As a matter of fact, I get briefing every day. That only means that inclusive in the briefing given to the vice presidents are issues involving people who are on the ready to move into anywhere. Let's go beyond the issue of the border, my people. It raises a lot of questions going towards our election in 2029. What more does the vice president know today about people who are willing and ready to move into any country and destabilize them? Now, when the vice president transitioned into the issue of diplomacy, simply because he realized initially that he misspoke. You can come and spin it anyway. The truth of the matter here is our vice president was sending a clear message to Guinea that this country does have people who we know of. We know their location. We know where they are. We can call them anytime that can move in your country and seize time outside of our Mediterranean. You know what Guinea will do next? They'll be prepared. Because the vice president said we have it. Should in case diplomacy fail, we send them. So Guinea will start to be prepared and waiting for that day. Don't tell me that you think the Guineans will hear that and say, you know what, we're waiting for diplomacy. And let me end on this, my people, and correct this business from the
You don't know the
I mean, you
message.
talk,
You don't
man,
know
you
the
talk the whole
message.
day, brother. My man, you talk the whole
This
day,
statement,
man. It's okay. You don't know the vice president was voting for you. You
no,
don't know the
it's
vice
talking
president was
military
voting
term.
for you.
But
Let me
Colonel,
tell
don't interrupt the brother now. We're breaking, Chief.
what did I tell you? And let me end this, my people. We are all smart people here. And let me agree, we are all educated as well. For people to say the only path is diplomacy, my people, I don't agree with it. Today, now, the only path now is diplomacy. The first day the Guineans enter onto our land and the brave people of Lofa made them to go back, the government should have gone very quickly and deploy our military at the border, not for war, but for deterrent. The fact that that policy failed, the government then transitioned into diplomacy. They have no other alternative. Now, ask yourself question, if the
That's
Guineans
how long you gonna
refuse to
make
leave,
him talk.
what
We can
next?
move on. We can move on. Pass up that.
Come green white, my man. You can add a
What is
ball.
the solution? Let's move on.
Colonel Gray, stop interrupting the show, Colonel Gray. We're begging you. Colonel Gray, stop interrupting the show, my
I can be
man.
quiet. You don't even know the vice president would me. And you won't and you won't be talking.
I said almost done. You just interrupting him. I mean, stop. I said finish
So
up,
the
please.
question is, if the Guineans refuse to leave this year, next year, 2 years from now, what will we see in the show?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show,
So the
Fubi.
vice president misspoke, and I know he would say that again the next time I have this opinion.
Fubi, you in the dark. You know your small hair we're seeing. Can you make some adjustment? Yeah, I thought your hair was big, but they're saying kind of too small. All right, while you do that, let me bring in Kev. Kev, close up on this real quick. We got to go to Fubi. Then we got to talk about Putu Mountain. We got to talk about the yellow machine. We got to talk about all the other stuff. It's very important, but this border issue, I want to say my 2 cents too, but let me wait after Fubi. Kev?
The vice president clearly states we got other forces excluding the military. Clear as a whistle, right? My question to everybody here is the vice president disclosing national security issue by telling us that the government get army, excluding the army. So that 2,000 they're looking at now, and now what we get forces. Is he disclosing? Because this is very unorthodox for a country to have a different army, to the national army, different fighting forces that can go in any country, take their town. So is the vice president disclosing national security issue here to tell us that we don't know? We don't know. Because as far as we're concerned, that they disarmed all the rebels. Disarmament took place. Matter of fact, they were paying people to come put the gun down, they get them money. Everybody remember that. People are taking their gun, they put it down. Now, the vice president is saying, guns that we have from Ecomog and other guys, we'll give it back to them and we'll keep them for days like this. So is it disclosing national security issues, Stento?
Thank you. Fubi, let's hear you. Thank you, Kev. Fubi?
Yeah, so the reason it's automatic and everything to laugh. You forgot that they got something in the military also called reservists. There are people that are always on the standby. After you retire from the army, you're a reserve officer. And you're on standby to be called to duty at any point in time. You have a huge AFL reservists. You always hear them on the radio talking. More than 100,000 of them. So you cannot be here arguing about special forces or rebels. They got trained AFL.
Fubi, you said we get reserve. Fubi, we get reserve. Fubi, when I let us understand that. Fubi, I beg you, Mama, Kev, you're starting to
spoil the main discussion, man.
Let's understand each other. Fubi, I beg you, Chief. Can you tell us anywhere that you have seen Liberian reserve?
No, I don't have to send you. I know because they had this whole discussion. Besides the
let me hold you on the reserve. I want us to understand. Let me hold you on the reserve. Have anyone spoken about reserve?
I've heard the design AFL talk about it.
You have heard who? Who?
One William Anderson. He's always on. He's telling
Fubi, stop. Let's go back to our conversation, man. You say we get Fubi, stop. You say we get 100,000. Fubi, you know, sometimes we want to agree with you, but they want not true. But we get 100,000 reserve. You don't even pay the AFS $150 reserve. You want to talk about Fubi? Let's go, man.
I'm saying they are retired AFS.
I think Jacob Jala was the main one that solved the problem. That what the VP said that what he agreed with, and let's run with it. But you want to bring reserve into it now, remember?
I don't disagree with the VP, but Kev and Isaac Doe cannot come and say that only rebels the VP talking about depending on. No, we have trained AFL, retired AFL officers that are in the country. They are also on the standby. They were well trained. So now about rebels.
So I would agree with you. They are on standby, but they are not a reserve. If you talk about reserve, yeah, and you know how it is in places like America, right? Reserve. I have nephew and nieces. They are in Iraq. Some people in the Middle East. They are reserve. They are National Guards. They call upon them, right? And everybody know that. But you cannot say like, bro, get reserve. If you say those people that retire like Conor Gray, yes. Conor Gray can go back and re-enlist, and Conor Gray can go and fight for his country. So you can't say Conor Gray is reserve.
No, they are still they stay reserve. When I say reserve, reserve. I mean you're not on active duty. You're not assigned anywhere. You're retired. You're having your surveillance life, but you can be called upon when
the government pay you as a reserve.
No, you're not reserve officer are not on payroll.
But yeah, if you are reserve, yeah, you get benefit.
No, if you're receiving your retirement benefit, that's a different thing.
I'm not talking about retirement benefit. I'm not talking about the reservists go once a month. Hold on, let me tell you, they get benefit. They go in once a month. They go for regular training. They send it on record them. And so Conor Gray can explain this. It's different, my brother. These people that stand by. Conor Gray can be called today. He getting nothing. He will do it for love of country because he served all these years. He rose to the rank as Conor. You can say we have 100,000 reserves sitting on.
Okay, you can call them army veterans then. Then take over veterans.
Yeah, you can say veterans, no problem.
The reservists are either or that. I can see people. So it's not about rebels. The point about that is not about rebels that wasted and sound like it's not about rebels that are sitting down and there's a special troop that is VP training to go into Guinea to go and cause army caution. That's not the point the VP was making. We're just saying that we have men. And that's true, Liberia have men. But the point here is the diplomatic approach, and let's see how we can manage this crisis so that we all get it, that we don't have to fight war. And I agree with that 100%. But the point is, we must have our own side of the.
Thank you. So let me say my own, then we can close on this because it looks like
your own, man. Get 10 seconds.
You're the military colonel. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Stanton, there is something called psychological warfare. You defeat the man in the mind before you even set on the battlefield. That's all the VP was doing, to tell those people if you don't accept diplomacy, yes, our strength. So
now you are agreeing with us now. You say you put even more pressure.
You defeated the enemy before you even went to war with him. That's all psychological warfare.
So now, if you
we gotta move on. I'll be starting with that Bopler and that Francine with Dr. George on the next something. We'll talk about the Putu Mountain next. The vice president spoke about the deal with the Putu Mountain. We'll play that clip. But let me say what the vice president said concerning the border. The vice president should have said more. The vice president is briefed every day concerning the border. The vice president knows exactly what's happening. What people are saying, the vice president said we get reserve soldier there. No, that's not what he was saying. The context of that conversation is we have Liberians that can defend Liberia. We got people that serve in the military that can upgrade them. We got ex-combatants that are willing to come to sacrifice their life. There is no group anywhere in the country hiding 2,000, 3,000 men willing to go and take arms to fight the Guinea. No, there is none. We have the armed forces of Liberia. But because this government is addressing the issue with soft diplomacy, the vice president is saying, make no mistake. Make no mistake. We got people. But you're forgetting one important thing he said. All those that want war, the war will not only end in Lofa. That war, when it comes, it will have a serious effect in Monrovia, in Moserado, and other counties. Is that what you want? So the vice president is very open. He said, we're talking. But I would have preferred that the vice president tell the Liberian people and give them some hope. We have engaged the AU. We have engaged ECOWAS. We have engaged the European Union, United Nations.
You sure that Libya was in the had an issue? You sure that Libya? You sure that Libya? I say, you sure that Libya?
Stop giving me a hard time.
Why is kept interrupting?
You sure that Libya? But me don't do that poor boy.
So the issue is that, yes, it's the issue. I think the vice president who have gone further, right? He's the vice president away from it. He will have explained to the Liberian people some other engagement that is not classified, and tell the Liberian people, we know what's going on to the border. We know the Guineans are still on the border, and we are taking every step to resolve this. And we will wait on the commander-in-chief. When it is all clear, the commander-in-chief will address the nation. And the commander-in-chief, make no mistake, his first commitment is to defend the country called Liberia. And I think the vice president said that. When we put spin, I think he did, but when we have to put spin on this, I want to appreciate. Stop now, Kev, let's be serious now. And I want to appreciate Jacob that took out his opposition partisan hat and say he agreed with the vice president, right? Let the Liberian people decide. The vice president can only speak with certain limitation. He is the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. Do I expect more of the vice president? Yes. I think they should talk more in this country. In the country, I will close on this. One thing people give credit to Donald Trump. Every day, Donald J. Trump will give us update about what's happening. Every day. The war in Iran, he will give us update. We are so informed that nobody will lie to us. Even if you try to lie, we'll catch you. And I think that should be the work of the government. We're not going to bear the people at our border and we just say, but what happened? And when somebody talk, they arrest them. And to you, Kev, saying that whether the vice president, why you say what national security classified, Kev, maybe you're not in America. You don't know what the president told the vice president to say to make things classified or declassified. He doesn't have to announce it. He was allowed to go on the national radio to speak. And I believe what he said met the approval of the commander-in-chief. So when he speaks on those things, you cannot say they are classified. He speaks with authority and approval from the president. So I beg for us to leave. I hope we don't have nothing else to say on this. I think he was very clear on this border issue. I beg for us to leave. Should we?
Yes, let's leave. I think
let's move on. Let's move on.
You just didn't know the vice president level of security clearance. You have no idea on his level of security clearance.
Listen,
so I'm going to bring in
even security people.
Listen, what are you doing? Are you driving me away?
National security issue. How can the vice president tell us
that there's an extra strength? It's a national.
So Kevin, Wilfred, I will start both for you, Chief. I will start both for you because I think that everybody have the level, and the vice president is inclined to know exactly what to say and what not to say. I disagree on the fact that the vice president spoke out of context when it came to the border. I think we should expect more from the vice president or from the president or from the Minister of Internal Information to inform the nation exactly on a weekly basis what is happening at the border. And the vice president was unique in addressing that issue. Let's talk about Putu Mountain. Let's hear your view. Let's listen to the vice president and we'll have the Putu Mountain. We'll go to you first, Dr. Bopler, on this one. Let's listen.
So then the committee took a decision and then look at what the people present. So we wrote them. The Minister of Mines were asked to write. If we were to go with the company you are recommending, and that company is one of the 3 companies that were shortlisted by the committee prior to my coming. It's called Planet One. If we were to go with Planet One as you have recommended, how long will it take you to do the sales agreement and to take care of the sanction part? They say in 10 business days, they will conclude the sales agreement. There's the same agreement they say they will take 6 months to 12 months with the people we recommended. But for the people they recommended, it would take 10 days. How long it would take to complete the sanction process? They say within 6 months, we'll complete the sanction process. For our people, we recommended it would take 6 months to 1 year. So with that, we took a decision.
What is that decision?
Now look, let's go with what they are proposing. Planet One. So we wrote Planet One that look, we received a communication from Silver Star, the Russian group, recommending you. Can you furnish us with your proof of fund and whatsoever you have? They presented to us the document. Please give me. They presented to us the document. I can leave it with you. I will ask the minister whether it's public. If it's not public, I won't be able to. They presented to us a documentation. And this documentation is a whole document proving to us their proof of funds, which banks, all the banks are listed here, the amount of money and whatsoever. When they presented all of these documents, we'll have no option to conclude and say, look, the Minister of Mines should write and authorize that the government has agreed and they can go ahead and change the control. Change control means the flipping from this company to this company. Remember, this deal has been.
Okay, Dr. Bopler, this whole thing about Putu Mountain, where you have Sharif Abdallah from AMR, and you have Planet One, an Indian Dubai-based company that have some Liberian they are engaged with, like Walter McCarthy, and some other folks that representing Planet One. The vice president is telling us that they have made a decision to move ahead with Planet One, though Sharif Abdallah company was awarded October, November of 2025. But now they have made the decision due to funds and other issues. The government of Liberia has approved Silver Star change of contract request in favor of Planet One. The next step is for Silver Star and Planet One to sign a share purchase agreement, which is scheduled upon the president return next week. They will be going into that. On the flip side, Dr. Bople, I'm confused. When we talk about Putu Mountain and we talk about Liberian being involved to own our own asset, what say you about the decision by the Vice President Jeremiah Kwankun that again we're having another Indian Dubai group that will be operating one of the largest mines, 12 to 15 billion dollars worth in Liberia. And his argument that AMR since October, they have not shown any amount of money that they have to get this concession. Though I must add that Bople, AMR through John B.S. Davis saying the government is wrong. They are showing proof of funds. They have shown letter of credit. They have shown everything. They have engaged the Treasury Department OFAD. They have a claim number to prove that they are serious because these guys are on sanction. They are crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. Open the argument, Dr. Bople. Let's hear you.
Stanton, when we had this conversation a while back, and John Davis was on the show, we spent quite a bit of time with him, listening to all of the things he shared with us. One of the things he shared is that, one, the government did award them this contract back in 2025. He also shared that they had check all the boxes. That's my way of presenting it. Check all the boxes, and that they were confident that they could run this operation. He also talk about job creation, prioritizing Liberians, and so it was a very hopeful presentation. I have said, and I will continue to say, that when the nation does not own, manage, and have control over its economy, sovereignty is just a political word. And that we will continue to outsource to non-Liberians is not the way forward. But I think in this case, and in every case moving forward, I think we the people must demand more explanation from the government in terms of the why. I think it will be good to put the companies, hear from both companies about this matter. I'm hopeful that this is what we heard is not what it is. That'll be very disappointing. It'll just be this continuous pathway of outsourcing our country, our resources to non-Liberians. And I don't know how that minimizes capital flight. I don't know how that encourages job creation. I don't know how that positions Liberians to have control over the economy. Actually, it is not a good sign moving forward into the future. We need to stop that. The Ghanaians are not doing it. They never did that in Botswana. Kenyans are not doing it. Tanzanians are not doing it. Liberians should not do it. We ought to give Liberians an opportunity and a chance. So let's find out why. Why we keep going this route where we give these things to non-Liberians. What's happening behind the scenes that ordinary Mayanowe and Mapu, Benedict and Bayaga don't know about? Tell us, what is it that makes non-Liberians always front of the line? And even if they come late, they get in the front of the line. I hope when the president comes, they will look at this carefully. This Putu Mountain, by the way, Senator, Putu Mountain is not just, a huge resource base in Liberia. It's in this whole region beyond. In this whole region beyond, we're talking about billions of dollars This one should be Liberian.
So that and I will play the rest of the tape, guys. Please, Diamond send us the full clip on Putu Mountain, because the argument is that the vice president went beyond the clip. So we want to give the vice president what he said today, or clarity on what was presented. But also I want to say that a booklet though. Can we find 40 million, 60 million to pay these guys there on Putu Mountain and renegotiate as Liberians, as the country? Why are we looking for country out there to bring 40 million when we can allocate 40 million? What do you think that will look like?
I agree. And that's the thing. That's why I said we need to hear more. What's going on in the post-war culture? Is it the 10%, the kickback, the backroom deals? Because if it's just 40, 50 million, actually you can pre-finance, if I may, or you can loan money to your own citizens and say, run this thing and pay back your government. Isn't that what the U.S. government does with our 401k and everything? They borrow from themselves. Most of the debt is internal debt. You got to borrow from their own citizens and then they pay back. It's a smart way to go. You're giving power to your own people, and we can do that. So you're right.
I want to finish up with you because I got to bring the rest of the guys though, and maybe I'll make that the next round when we're talking. So let me bring in Jacob quickly before we go to Dr. Richardson. I said I will keep you. I beg you, Emmanuel. I will bring you on quickly. I beg you, Chief. Okay, go ahead, Emmanuel. Go ahead. You talk because you're about to take your flight.
Listen, I don't have. I mean, Dr. Brooklyn has spoken my mind on this. I don't want to waste the time. But thank you all for a wonderful show. I got to jump on this flight now. But Dr. Brooklyn has spoken my mind. The government have to learn to do something for Liberian investors.
But let me ask you a question before you go real quick though. Can we find $40 million, Emmanuel, 60 million to own this thing, pay the Russian out, and own it? Why are we begging people from Dubai to give up $40 million?
Yeah, again, why is it so difficult for the Liberian government to support Liberian companies to do these things and make sure that they pay back? We have all over the world it happened. I will never forget my experience in Ghana when a Liberian, Wilbur Stopperfield, was supposed to be the first person to own a private radio station in Ghana. The Ghanaian government refused to give him the license because they believed that they would give it first to Joy FM, which is a Ghanaian-owned radio station. Wilbur Stopperfield had the money, he had the investors, but the Ghanaian government decided that this first private radio station in the country will go to Joy FM, a Ghanaian company. Why can't we support our own? We gave over 300 million to Parford. Parford did not have, if you check the history, they were supported by the Sierra Leonean government to have the amount of money they have today. Why can't we do it to our own? How will we grow a Liberian middle class? How will we grow a Liberian and upper class when we are unwilling time and again? And I hope Wayfred, as he goes in our office with the vice president, will be able to speak to these things, because we have to make Liberians rich. It is our patriotic duty to make sure that some of us are millionaires, are billionaires. Even if you go to the story to our local Dangote that we all celebrate today, it was his uncle Dan Tata that made him today by investing in Nigerian money in him, that make him a billionaire today. Why are we so afraid of our own? Why are we so afraid to elevate our own? But thank you all for a wonderful show. I look forward to being here tomorrow full time.
By God's grace, have a safe flight, my brother. Whoever with you, y'all have a safe
I thought I could respond to you before you leave.
Okay. The man got to catch a flight, my man. Jacob, let's hear you. Jacob.
Yeah, Stanton, a few minutes ago, I backed the vice president position on the border crisis or issue. But on this one, I have a fundamental parting of the way with the vice president on this question. And I listened to his justification for Putu going to Planet One. I think it's the laziest explanation I've ever heard in my entire lifetime coming from the leader of a country. You can't make that argument. So a limp argument is a flawed argument to that justification is extremely poor. I'm telling you. Because how can the government tell me, and the government is the owner of the asset we're discussing here? Is the asset is not owned originally by Silver Star. No, this is the government of Liberia, natural resource asset. So Planet Silver Star, in my opinion, cannot detect to the government, largely fundamentally speaking, about the ownership of this asset. This asset was given to them on an MDA, but under the term that we still remain original owner of the asset. So the argument the vice president made Liberia to look extremely important in the entire deal, as if to say it is Silver Star in the end going to make the decision about who the asset get transferred to, and that the government has precisely nothing to say, and we just a spectator. That's wrong. It's not true. I think the transfer was very dishonest to the public. We have to be clear. We as a country can let Silver Star know and say, look, we have a Liberian company. These Liberian people have shown all the technical financial capacity to develop this project, and our decision is for you to go in there and negotiate with the Liberian company, because we believe as a government that we have already made a decision to give this asset to this company called AMR, and you should go ahead and proceed with arriving at the conclusion with a deal on this asset. And if the vibrant can tell me, say, oh, because Silver Star say they can agree in 10 days and they insist more the asset be tried. Well, no, that's a very flawed justification. At least for one, and I want to make this on the next point. I think the vice president is damaging this record when it comes to Liberianization across there, because we know the whole issue about the yellow machine thing again. He was over it. At the end of the day, ABK Liberian company was prevented from carrying on this project and was given to a Chinese company. Again, he's presiding over this massive mining project. A Liberian won the process from the IMCC perspective, and now he's presiding over it, taking it, hijacking from a Liberian company to give it to people from Dubai and India. And the vice president said he's a Liberian businessman, he's an entrepreneur, and he has done nothing to promote Liberianization in the Liberian economy. I think that's a huge letdown. And then the vice president want to be leader in this country in the future, but he's presiding over processes that deny Liberians from participating in the economy. And I can't countenance this. I don't believe that these things are happening in the 21st century. And the vice president, as a young man, as a young entrepreneur, is doing nothing to protect Liberian business, the yellow machine, and now the Putu mine. I listened to that today. It was very disappointing, and I felt sad. Yeah, that would be my point. Maybe others can come in.
You're muted, Dr. Richardson. You're muted.
Oh, thank you. I don't know what Center went, but I think he said I would come in and then we can go to others. But you know, I was just surprised to hear the vice president say that the company, the Liberian company that was awarded at first, was then the contract was taken from the company and then it went to another company, Planet One. So I was surprised to hear him say that. He didn't tell us, besides the reasons that it took a shorter time for Planet One to, you know, get the sanction paperwork cleared and other necessary paperwork. But what I think I was struck by, the vice president asked someone to hand him a paper, and it was the paper that showed, I guess, detail of bank accounts. And he said, you see, these are the bank accounts. We know the bank accounts. I felt bad for my country, because if we are just relying on paperwork, I hope that the vice president made a phone call, they checked those bank accounts, they made sure, because, you know, nowadays people can do anything with documentations. Okay. So I hope I wasn't, I don't know. I was just thinking, I hope that he did that. Yes, I believe that, you know, what Dr. Brobler and Jacob Jala said, that will go a far way if it's owned by a Liberian person. A far way in Liberia if it's owned by a Liberian person. When Planet One, Middle Eastern company, takes our mine or product to Middle East, it go in there. How will a Liberian truly benefit? Okay, besides maybe giving a Liberian a job like all of the concessionaires have, they won't truly benefit. But if the company was owned by Liberian, it's ours, that dollar will go a far way in our country than it would go if it went to the Middle East. So I hope that the vice president is thinking about the Liberianization policy. I hope that in the process of making these decisions about how companies will come to Liberia and how we will emphasize Liberian-owned businesses, Liberia will be on his mind. But I agree, he's not going the direction of Liberia right now. And I don't know. I heard that John Davis said they will sue Liberia if they take the company away from them because they awarded them first. So we gotta wait and see what's gonna happen because they were awarded previously and then all of a sudden they're not awarded again. We need to know why. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, real quick. So,
so,
where you sit, real quick, hold on, Wilfred. Where you sit, the country you are in has the strongest, most resilient economy in the world. And apart from the EU, which is a conglomerate economy, the US has the single strongest, most resilient economy in the world. Here's one of the reasons. Look across the country. Microsoft, American owned, Google, Apple, these are all Americans. And they take money, they loan, they get loans, they build, they multiply their creativity, they create jobs. But guess what? When it's time for bailouts, the government knows that these are strong American companies that have resources, the cars companies. What are we doing? Which model we're using? Many of us went to school in the other people's place. What we bringing home? Liberians got to own this place. We got to own our economy. It is a priority if you want to build a strong economy. Listen, when the people who are the millionaires and stuff or your own citizens sit around the table, you can negotiate anything when it comes time to do things that can help undergird the economy. Everything going to foreigners is wrong. We need to stop. We're becoming a weak country because you are not strong as a sovereign nation if you're weak economically. And you will always be weak economically if your country is always dominated by non-Liberian. Furthermore, we have sanctioned capital flight. And when you sanction capital flight, money creates money. So if money leaving the country at the rate it's leaving, if I can never be a citizen of the country, I'll make money here and I send it to the place that I'm from. I'll send it to Lebanon so we can build that place. It's time to shift the way we think. It's time to shift the way we think. I just want to add that.
Thank you, Dr. Broder. Let's go to.
Let me just.
Can I come in?
I beg you, let's go to.
Since I'm closer by you, let me just go, right?
So let me just come in now.
We're going to kind of great. Can he just say something? I was just going to order as ours.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Doc. Many have made the point. Today, I heard the VP speaking on both sides of the aisles. He was doubling down, beating down on the port management system for impoverishing Liberian businesses, especially. And he had a lot to say about some of the improvements that the recommendations he has made to the president, because he was given the opportunity to spearhead some of those kinds of initiatives, how goods and services enter our country, how they're cleared. Clearly said some of the management there were putting Liberian businesses at a disadvantageous position. Then on this one, I was very moved by John Davis, when he appeared here. I was hoping that at least, look, Putu is comparable to Wologizi in terms of, I can say that, based on the region that it's located at. Lots of good stuff there. And what is $50 million actually? What is $50 million? You're going to go take an entire reserve that will help Liberians and put it in the hands of another foreign business that will take the money away and Liberians should be looking in the region, we still remain impoverished. So I didn't see the VP that spoke on the one side of the port management system versus the VP that talks on this. So I really don't want to move the decision from Planet One, from Sheriff Abdallah to Planet One. I still waiting to hear what was the determining factor, because if you say it's the sanction, that clarification was made by John when he was here, clearly that sanction was addressed. So the people have the money, they have it sourced. So something they're not telling us, either group of individuals are just behind this that will benefit individually, put money in their pocket. That's the culture that we need to work against. At least if someone stays in the country, lots of Liberians will benefit from it, as opposed to people come to get our stuff. Capital flight, as Daka said, if you look at Liberia, we have to stay away from that, because it hurts me when I go to Ghana. Everything there almost is locally owned. If it's joint, the majority of the share in our company will be Ghanaian. Why we can't adopt that? We continue to complain. One group of people come in, they pocket some of the few dollars that will be shared around, and the rest of the population are impoverished. I think we need to work away from there. That.
Colonel, great, thank you. Who next, Dr. Richardson? Isaac? Let Isaac go ahead. We'll come to you, Wilfred. Let Isaac go ahead, please. Isaac, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You know, this issue of the panel or Putu is important to me. But let us start up first with asking, where exactly does the vice president want us to go? The vice president started answering this whole Putu IMO thing prior to getting to it. He talked about how almost every businesses in Liberia are owned by foreigners. He talked about how it is bad for Liberians not to be owning businesses. He talked about almost all the companies in Liberia owned by foreigners. And then the vice president transitioned to supporting yet again a net of business to foreigners again. Where does the vice president stand? Is the vice president saying it is not okay for foreigners to get all of the businesses in Liberia, and it is okay again for them to get it? What is he saying? Well, this is what I was saying, Mr. Vice President. I want to talk to you. I know you to be the young, energetic man, nice, smart, but you are wrong on the entire thing you are talking about. It is my belief that you understand the process, but perhaps you want to be political. Mr. Vice President, in major project financing, a bank or credit guaranteed is more important and significant than a bank statement. I will tell you the reason why. The same reason why a cashier's check is more valued and important than a personal check, because the cashier's check is a bank guarantee funding. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to come to you so that people understand it. If you brought me your bank statement today that shows 100,000 on it, it is very possible that you use.
Don't do it, Richardson. Don't do it.
No, it's okay, stand up. I don't want to lose my train of thought. It is possible that you use 90,000 of that money tomorrow. It is your money. It is possible that you may have paid someone already 80,000 who are not taking that money from your account. But a bank guarantee is a money that the bank is telling you, say, you know what, this money is here. Nobody can touch it. As soon as you're ready, it is for you. That's the reason why cashier's check is important. Mr. Vice President, to tell Liberians that Sefesta brought to you a company they recommended, you are effectively telling us that while the government was going through the processes of getting a friend to buy, Sefesta was also going through business process to hire a firm. I don't think that's what you mean, Mr. Vice President. I know that's not what you mean. You are also telling us that it was Sylvester that chose a company and brought the company to you. But Mr. Vice President, you know, Sylvester's only interest in this is to get their money. Once they get their money, they are gone. 5
All right, I was having some technical issue. I meant to ask a question, folks. We have the document, the MDA, that was popular from 2010, September 17, 2010, when this mineral development agreement between the government of the Republic of Liberia, Putu Mountain Oil Mining Incorporated, and Mano River Iron Ore Limited approved, right? We have the whole MDA, we have the whole document. I hope Ashley can come back. His internet is giving a problem. But on a serious note, as we begin to go through we need to make some correction that Silverstar had a weight in this as well. The decision cannot only be from the government of Liberia, though we own it. So we're going to put those different issues out. But everybody will say that, Wilfred, let's hear you. This is concerning, and I hope we can go to the phone line and ask the Liberian people on Putu Mountain the decision for the vice president and his team to recommend that they have found a buyer, all right, in the agreement with Silverstar, that buyer is Planet One to take over Putu Mountain. Let's ask the Liberian people what they think. Wilfred, let's hear you first.
Thank you once again, Stanton. All right, so before I deal with the Putu Mountain thing, I just wanted to clarify, Jacob, you made an earlier session about the B Mountain concession. For the record, the vice president, when he was in the House, did not sign that concession. He was campaigning in the Southeast at that time in 2023. Having said that, let's deal with the Putu Mountain concession.
Can I hold you down? Was he a representative at the time?
He was in the Senate.
He was a senator for the Putu Mountain deal?
No. I'm speaking of the B Mountain concession because Jacob said that he signed this concession and he was a senator.
Yeah.
But he did not sign that concession. It's just for the record.
But for the record, I don't even make that for the record. He was a senator.
He was a senator, but he didn't sign that concession, so he was.
It doesn't matter. I can beat you on it though. If it was that important, he would have stayed to sign.
So no, but at that time, the campaign was heated up in the Southeast. But let me
it doesn't matter. They were important for the Liberian people. He was.
Well, it does matter for the record. So
no, it doesn't matter for the record. The man was a senator, B Mountain, where we are today, and you want to correct Jacob, knowing very well that if B Mountain was that important, giving back to the Liberian people something we're going to be bad, he should have been on the record of sign. But say I'm on the campaign trail anyway. Sometimes I just don't want to beat. I don't want to beat you. Well, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, but I can beat you too. I was just saying he did not sign that concession. Now let's talk about the Putu Mountain thing. You know, people can try to put a spin all they want to present a picture as if the vice president and the government of Liberia do not mean well for Liberians, that it is in the best interest of the government and the vice president to prioritize foreign concessionaires over Liberian investors. That is incorrect. Here is the truth. The candidate for this concession was the group from Abdullah Sharif. The Abdullah Sharif's group was a group. AMR was a group that the government was backing very firmly. Why? Because AMR is a Liberian company. The government was tacitly backing AMR so that AMR can have the concession at Putu Mountain. But here's what happened. For more than 6 months, AMR could not prove that they were sovereign enough, that they had what it took to operate and develop this concession. Let's be very clear about that. AMR has always been the candidate of the government because this is a Liberian company. So the notion that the government is always prioritizing foreign investors in this case is not correct. Now, Stanton, this is not a 2026 concession. This concession was signed in 2010. In 2010. So it is not a new concession that has to go back to the legislature to be passed or to be signed. No. It has already been signed since 2010. When you sign concession, it's like you give your house out for a lease. When somebody leases a house, they have fresh preference, fresh right to sublease. So because you can't say because it's a house, therefore you are still in possession of that house legally, and you can take it from that man who has already leased it, and you have a contract with, and you can get another person to lease a house store. So Putu already has got the concession since 2010. Putu had a say, clearly had a say in who gets the concession. Since the government of Liberia was pushing Abdullah Sharif's group, they gave them some time to be able to come up with, to demonstrate their ability to develop the concession. It took them 6 months, 6 good months. They could not prove that. And guess what? Knowing that this concession is going to produce lots of jobs for the youths of the Southeast, lots of jobs are on the line for the Liberian people, lots of opportunities to develop the Southeast of Liberia, including those who live within the concession area. The government could not be waiting and waiting and waiting. They have already waited for the last 6 months. And you know how eager the young people of this country are to work, to serve the country. They want opportunity to serve, to work. So so Putu, having waited for this long, for more than 6 months, for the Abdullah Sharif group to demonstrate their ability to develop the concession, they now recommended this second group, you have the name there, that they would rather want to work with this company because, mind you, they have a say. And the vice president made it very clear. You do not want to create an investment climate in Liberia that will portray a negative image of the country out there. That
let me hold you. Let me hold you and let me be fair, right? Careful will come to you. I'll say you'll finish. I beg you guys. Fully, you have not spoken yet. But it's very important for us.
I just want to let my thought or
sentence. No, I'm not leaving you. I just want to ask you a question. Okay. Can I?
Please go ahead.
Can I?
Please go ahead. Yes.
So maybe you're getting to know more, but we have so many documents on this that Bobla, I want you to understand where I'm coming from with my question. To wait for it. Did the government reach out to AML, Sharif Abdallah, and say you are a Liberian?
Absolutely.
Let me finish. Let me finish it.
Okay.
And we have waited 6 to 8 months, or how long it is. But we give you the last 3 months. If you cannot do this, we must leave, because this is about job creation for our country. Did it do that to Sharif Abdallah?
They did that, Stanton. And yes, they did that. They exhausted that. They were there 6 months. They were having conversation. They were pushing these people for one reason.
Was it done verbally? Or they
reached out to them.
They sent a letter.
Stanton, they reached out to them.
No, wait, friend. Now, let me be fair. We are talking about this huge concession.
But you're not being fair now. You asked me if they reach out to them.
But I'm asking how to reach out. How?
They reach out to them. These people are talking.
And how they reach out? Can you tell us? Because you seem to know. How did they reach out?
You want to tell me whether they wrote them a letter or they called them to a conference?
I'm asking you, how did they reach out?
What I know is that they reached out to them. In fact, they reached out to them by phone, by letter, by whatever means they reached out to them. Mind you, this was a company that was preferred by the government of Liberia. They were pushing them.
I agree.
So you know that they were having conversation. These people are together talking. So now the vice president made it clear that I will talk about the investment climate. Stanton, investors watch the country's stability, or concession stability, political stability, etc., etc. You cannot give a concession. Somebody has won a concession already, and then you jump up and take the concession from a person, and you want to force things down people's throat. You create concern. And when that happens, other investors will be afraid to come and invest. That these people, when you win concession with them, they have a way of pushing things down through your throat, and it violates concessions laws.
Isn't that what happened before?
So everything was done. Dr. Ferguson, will you just allow me to learn on my thought, please, man?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Appreciate it very much. So here is the deal. Every opportunity was given to the Liberian concessionaires to come up to the table, develop this concession, win this concession, develop this concession, at least for the first time, to see a Liberian concessionaire in the mix. The government did everything to push them. So I just wanted us to understand clearly that this myth that people are trying to spin, that, oh, it's always foreign, or government is always preferring foreign companies. It is not the case with this. And now, Stanton, the jobs that are on the line, the youths that are waiting cannot continue to wait in perpetuity. We know that in the future, Liberian companies with the sovereignty who will be able to prove that they have the wherewithal to develop concessions, the government is always open. In fact, the government is always willing and inclined to give fresh choice, first preference to Liberian companies who are ready to demonstrate that they can do the job. So everything was done. The government exhausted every opportunity to allow AML or Sheriff Adala's company to have the first choice, have the opportunity to develop the concession, but they were found wanting for more than 6 months. And the Russians had to recommend whom they can work with because they too got a say in these metrics.
So let me hold you there. I beg you guys. I beg you, Chief. It's very important. It's very important for us to run with it. Thank you, Wilfred. This is Angie Mama, right? Angie Mama is a fearless, aggressive supporter of Joseph Yima Bwaka. For me, listen to what Angie Mama is saying. Wilfred, we still don't want a foreigner to take the Putu Mountain.
So, stand up.
Okay, I'm saying to you, maybe it is not clear yet. Oh, I see you're coming, Chief. Maybe it is not clear yet. I think the office of the Vice President or the IMCC, they got more explanation. It is not too clear. Our brother John B.S. David just called me. I better put it on. It is not too clear yet. You saying they gave these people what, additional 3 months? Or if we wait for the next 6 months, the youth in Liberia will start getting job like yesterday from Putu Mountain. Are these guys then coming to start operation? They start the operation immediately. I'm gonna push the Vice President to clarify, because this is huge. But as I finish up, and I will call Andrew Mama. I want her to wait.
So, no, brother, you've been talking a little bit now, please.
I beg you.
So,
we got to bring it to me.
Sadly, Brother Banguran is lost on the entire thing. Banguran, the government of Liberia and AMR signed the Bami MOU in December of 2025. Let's count from December. From December to January, that 1 month. From January to February, that 2 months. From February to March, that 3 months. We are just in April. So, brother, how did you count to reach to 6 months? You using a Chinese calendar?
I know. Well, friend, I just sent it to him. I'm going to pull it up.
Right.
He
so you are
totally
lost.
So I just sent it to Wilfred.
I think you asked me
you talk for more than
all this time.
Yeah. You talk for more than 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes. You all listen. Please give me a chance.
But you are personal now this time.
So, Wilfred, the process of the assets transferred was a systematic one. Brother, before you negotiate with Sylvester, you must have gotten approval from the government. And let me tell you, the government did not push AMR. AMR won the bid to take the rights. And let me inform you again, in that bidding process, Planet One, whom the vice president wants to give this Putu Mountain to, was part of the bidding process. You are a smart brother, man. Planet One was part of the bidding process. AMR was part of the bidding process. But the government of Liberia selected AMR over Planet One from the bidding process. What did the government see for which they awarded AM1 over Planet One? You know what they saw? I will tell you. They saw their financial capacity to handle it backed by a more than 300 million bank loan guaranteed, which is a primary source of income you want to use in large project negotiation, not bank statement. I can go to Kev and tell Kev to give me small money. I'll put it in my bank account today. I'll print my bank statement. I'll give it to you. That's not my money. I will give Kev back the money tomorrow. Let's get the facts clear. The government put out a bidding for a firm capable enough to negotiate with Sylvester. And let me also tell the vice president, Mr. Vice President, I know you've been a businessman, you've been a deal. Or, sir, no one can negotiate a takeover of this magnitude in 10 days. That's Kalambuli talk. Anybody on the show believe it? So you said the people told you say they will negotiate in 10 days.
Thank you.
No.
I said I gotta bring it. I said thank you.
Yeah, son, let me end, man.
I said end. I said finish. I said I want you to finish.
Yeah, I get you. So again, Mr. Vice President, unless the point is the owners from Self-Star who have been sanctioned are the same owner from Planet One, which my president, my vice president, you are risking sanction. That's the only way they will agree with a deal in 10 days. Not possible. In addition to that, Papa, I can tell you, you say the sanction process will take 6 months. The people usually say 6 months to 1 year. It can take 6 months. The least time you will get any approval for at least 8 to 9 months. It's not possible for being 6 months. I don't want to talk more, but I know what I'm talking. So
I said we come back to you. Allow everybody wait in. I beg you. John B. S. David on the other line. I want to bring in Angie Mama before we bring in Fubi Henry and Dr. Boble. Angie Mama, welcome. I'm seeing you following out the conversation here. And you are very strong with this argument when you say welfare. Let me put it up. We still don't want a foreigner to take the Putu Mountain. I mean, it's shocking to me that you're taking that position. So let's hear you. Be on the record. Welcome to the show, Angie Mama.
Oh, thank you, Stanton. It's been a long time. I want to say good evening to all the panelists and to the people of Liberia. Stanton, you have known me all the years. I support my uncle Joe, who is the president of the Republic of Liberia. But I've been silent on a lot of issues, but this one, I have to speak. I have to speak on behalf of the Liberian people, the suffering masses that in this country. We need to get our people out of poverty. The Putu Mountain, I think that the government should put up the 40 million and then give money for Liberians to get together and operate this mountain. If Rwanda can do it, if other countries can do it, Ghana can do it, Ivory Coast can do it, Conakry can do it, we Liberians can do it. We are the first independent country of Africa. We were behind. We are in poverty to our throat. We need the Liberian people to get off from mat to mattress. This is not a joke. We don't want a foreign country to take over this again, or foreigners to come and take over this. Like Putu Mountain. Putu Mountain is another mess. We have to deal with that. And I didn't understand my own vice president today when it came to Putu Mountain, when it came to Liberian businesses that the Indians and Lebanese are doing, and the Liberians are fronting. And he was talking about business registry, and they're going to put it. No. We have to change the direction now. or forever keep our peace. That mountain must be given to Liberia and not to one Liberian family. It should be given to different families, including the Grand Genius. They must have a share in it because it's located in Grand Genius. We cannot continue to do business the same way we did it yesterday. No, I disagree.
Anjumama, thank you very much. I got to bring in Heron Fubi. Anjumama, I hope to have you on tomorrow. We'll continue with this story tomorrow. Make yourself available. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And we'll be bringing in John B.S. David thereafter. Let's hear you, Fubi. Then we'll go to John B.S. David. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know Liberianization is something that I think the government should push, and especially when the vice president spoke, especially on the small businesses and how you could support even the down to notable riders, those women that sell their grains and all these kind of loan schemes for Liberians. And I was hoping to hear good news of Putu Mountain being awarded to a Liberian company. And like you already said, government can also find the money and buy it off. Those are different options that were available. We complain about a Salamita, we have renewed a Salamita contract, and now we are bringing in another Indian company. Then we'll be the same people on Facebook complaining about giving Liberian jobs to foreigners and talking about all kind of work permit and other stuff. We can't keep repeating the same stuff and complaining at the end of the day. There are repercussions with some of these things, and I expected to see a shift. Because speaking on behalf of Liberians, and at some point shifting and saying that this major concession that everybody was looking forward to and saying it being shifted, he made a good case for Liberianization policy. But when it comes to the Putu Mountain, we saw a detour from the Liberianization. The same thing with the national ID card scheme. We also heard a detour from Liberianization looking for a foreign-based company. So I think we should start coming back home to empower Liberians to solve some of these problems. If we don't give Liberians the opportunity and we keep giving this to the foreign guys, it's not going to change anything in the country. So if government cannot give it to a single Liberian company, government can find a way to have a partnership with a Liberian company. Government can raise the money, but to just outrightly look for outside group, then we'll all be there with Facebook Live calling for seeing how it's look how they treat Liberians, look how they dirty in the water on the place, look at the other company how they damage the water for the people. And we want to blame all the foreign companies, but at the end of the day, we're still giving them the leverage. How are we going to change the situation if we keep giving them more leverage over Liberian own and over Liberian themselves? At the end of the day, we're not going to achieve the overall goal about emancipating the economic freedom. And that's why most of the time when I criticize the whole citizenship talk, I say our problem, we got political independence, 1847. The independence that we're still fighting to get, the economic independence. And that's what we are yet to achieve. And we expect governments to help us get to that level. And we have not gotten to that level yet because there's no real support to drive the policy.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Thank you. Kev, before we bring Dr. Bobler to close on this, let's hear you, then we'll go to John B.S. David.
Stanton, I said it here a couple of weeks back that Putu Mountain is gone. I said it here. You know, the same thing they did with the yellow machine, with ABK. They come up with the same story. The same story that Wilfred Bangra is making. We heard that story with ABK. Oh, ABK don't have the money, ABK this, ABK that. The same identical story. But this group, this Liberian group, showed a financial record. They saw it. They have it. But they decide to go with Planet One. Let's ask why. Because the vice president get interest there. Jojo Boka get interest there. Walter McCarthy get interest there. That Joseph Human Boca Pepper Bush there. That's all. This particular government will never look in the way of Liberian. Because this is easy. Pay off. You can find that money. You get $50 million for maintenance for yellow machine. You can find that $40 million somewhere and pay them off and let Liberia own their own mountain and get the billions of dollars that other company will come and take, foreign Indian company. Then he will sit on LBS and say, oh, we want Liberia and want this government think people are very, very stupid. You understand? They will come on and just give us story. Oh, Liberia, oh, Liberia. This government never award any business to any Liberian. Bonafide Liberian, true born Liberian, nothing. ABK, they did the same thing to ABK. ID card. Yeah, ID card. The minister, the minister of himself was threatened and say, if you talk, we'll remove you. They beat on Liberian, bloody Liberian faces because they're standing up for Liberian company. So Stanton, I said it here. I said it gone because of the big hands that behind it. It gone. No matter what MG Mama will say, these people, they don't care. They don't care for nobody. They're bloody for money. They want that money. That's
all right. Let me bring in before we close up with Wayfair, let me bring in Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, you have heard enough. What's going on before we call John B.S. David?
So Stanton, this April of 2026, Ghanaians passed a law and that requires all mining operations to be transferred to locals by December 31st, 2026. They say surface mining, 100%. Underground mining, 50% Ghanaian owned. And the reason was simple. Let me read it to you from the policy. They said this is aimed at deepening local participation and ensuring wealth from resources stay within Ghana. Hear that? That's bold. That's leadership. That's thinking about the people. That's increasing the probability that people move from poverty to prosperity. Let's assume everything my good friend Wilfred said is true. What happened to public-private partnership? This is a sure investment, and they require the money we're getting is small compared to the dividends. What's wrong with public-private partnership? It's not there. Something is driving this kind of behavior, and I'm saying it's wrong. This is a sure formula to keep us poor, to keep our people looking up to other people. And here's the thing we need to remember about these concessions. Once these people sign on the dotted line and pay you your royalty, in Liberia, we don't do corporate tax and things. We don't ask people for money up front, royalty. When they pay you that money, they slowly but surely do their own thing. And Andrew Mama was right about including grandchildrens. Local people need to have a percentage so that they can have jobs there too. We need to shift, man. We can't keep squandering every opportunity to do something bold. This is an opportunity for Liberians to own a major economic enterprise in our country. Please, Mr. President, this one cannot go to non-Liberians. The people see that we're up for sale. They just come in here now, they're running. Every opportunity to come to own something. We got to stop the bleeding. This one need to go to Liberian. Liberian partnership, Liberian ownership is good for the economy. Ask the economists, what tell you? This one good for Liberia. Liberians.
No, if you're not in a hurry to talk to John, I want to make a point.
So make your point quick because I get John on the phone, but go ahead quickly.
Let's go, John. After here, I will speak.
Yeah, let's listen to John because I think Wayford want to add. John, welcome to the show, John B.S. David from AMR Sharif Abdallah Group. We listen. Welcome, my friend. It's good to have you on the phone. Sorry you cannot join us because I believe you engaged, but it's good to have you. We listened to the Vice President Jeremiah Pankun today, who said that, well, they are taking different steps in moving forward with the Putu Mountain deal. So, John, my question to you, though, what was the AMR position yet now? Having heard Vice President Kun talking about the agreement with Planet One and Silver Star.
So, firstly, let me say a very good evening to you and all the panelists on the show. I just left work about 20-25 minutes ago and being on the steering driving. That's why I couldn't appear in person in terms of.
Will you be able to appear tomorrow?
That's a possibility.
Okay.
I will confirm that to you tomorrow.
Sure.
I'm constrained to call before answering your question. I'm constrained to call because of a couple of comments that Mr. Bangura made, which I thought it was important that even before appearing on the show, I need to provide some clarifications for. The first clarification I'd like to make, specifically to Mr. Bangura, is that negotiation process involved for a mining concession, especially an existing mining concession that is in default for over 12 years to the government of Liberia, requires extensive due diligence. Due diligence in terms of the amount of liabilities that the current concession holder holds vis-a-vis the government of Liberia and the region that mining concession is in. Due diligence in terms of the standing of that particular the transfer of the concession. Due diligence in terms of the quality of the data that the mining concession has used over time and how valid and reliable that data is, and to what extent it impacts future investment decisions. And finally, due diligence with regards to what are you taking over in terms of the assets and liabilities of that particular mining concession. It's not a 1 day or a 2 day exercise. In the case of AMR, that process took almost 3 months to be able to validate. That's number one. So in terms of 6 months, as Mr. Bangura implied, that's not correct, Mr. Bangura. We started that process in late December and we ended that process in the middle of March. Just the due diligence component alone. The second to me, with regards to this issue, and this is a personal opinion, refuse to accept that a concession holder who was in default for almost 13 years will be the one to call the shots in terms of how that asset is transferred when you didn't pay the government Liberia its due taxes, you didn't pay your due obligations to the people of the affected regions, and the asset have been dormant all this long. How do you then develop the moral standing to ultimately decide who the person who's supposed to take that concession away from you is? This point I'd like to make to Mr. Bangura and the panelists. How do you justify a company that came third, not first, not second, but third in the evaluation process to be the one that ultimately or supersedes the first two, only because of a purported or because of an alleged bank statement that they issue to you? Anybody who knows anything about investment in terms of project or operationalization will tell you that the most competent and the most competent assurance of the availability of capital to carry out any of these kind of investments is the financial assurance it gave you from its financier. In our case, we gave a guarantee from the African Finance Corporation. In the case of Planet One, they gave a comfort letter, not a comfort letter from African Export-Import Bank. Anybody going through a process such as this in terms of evaluating the adequacy of financial capacity will take a guarantee over a comfort letter. That's just standard investment accounting or basic financial management. As far as the availability of cash to cover mining operations is concerned. The other point I'd like to make in this whole process. Today, if you go with Ghana one, yes, you make one Indian billionaire probably. Maybe one or two Liberian millionaires who are collaborating with them, maybe. If you go with AMR, you can rest assured that you will make about 100 Liberian millionaires, and you will make many, many more Liberian thousandaires, and you will ensure that you have a lot of retention of your cash in terms of the cash coming out of those money assets. You have a lot of that retained in country. The implications for fiscal policy, the implication for monetary policy are things you just cannot underscore. We may choose to still continue the old money investment model where a lot of the cash flows from our natural endowment that God has given all remain retained outside and only a small percentage trickle down to our country to pay for salaries of laborers and to pay for fuel oil and pay for one or two things. And we keep fighting to retain these cash flows, or we can shift to a whole new money investment or model where significant amounts of that cash flow is retained in country, and I cannot emphasize how much it will do in terms of strengthening our currency and strengthening our reserves and impacting our balance sheet and creating more jobs over and beyond what has been planned by foreign investors. So the die is scarce. We can choose whichever way we want to go. But what is clear and what is undeniable is that Liberian assets in Liberian hands gives you a much better assurance of moving this economy forward and creating the middle income we all desire, as opposed to Liberian assets in foreign hands, and at the end of the day, our people remain perpetually poor.
John, let me ask you a question, and thank you. I know you will confirm because we got to continue this tomorrow. It's right now 9 minutes to 12 midnight in Liberia. But thank you for joining us. Seriously, we do appreciate it. Were you informed prior to the Vice President announcement? Were your company, AMR, informed that a decision had been reached and the recommendation will be taken to the President upon his return, that Planet One was selected to take over the concession?
The answer is an absolute no. We were not. In fact, I accompanied my group CEO to the last meeting AMR had with the government of Liberia. In that meeting, we were given the assertions made by Severstar, and in that meeting, what my group CEO specifically emphasized was that this is what Severstar said, this is what we say. In Liberia, we can say the lion can say my witness across the river, right? He said, put Severstar to the table along with us, and you be the judge, and let's discuss this matter. Up to now, we're still waiting for that meeting. That has not taken place. The only thing we heard recently is, government of Liberia is through the office of the esteemed Vice President is coming to address the press. So I'm not aware of any meeting to call us, to notify us of any decision. Everything we have was what I heard this morning.
Do you think the decision by the Vice President, you guys were treated fairly, professionally, as a Liberian or business owner in the country after you were awarded the first deal?
Let me flip the question back to you this way. If you were giving a notice of award in November, giving a memorandum of agreement in December, spend 3 months doing your full due diligence, provided the results of the due diligence to Severstar, exchange a draft sale and purchase agreement to Severstar at the end of March. If you were put in that position, will you consider yourself a treated fairly only to find out that the award is being assumed to be given to someone else? Will you consider yourself treated fairly?
Was there any document to prove that the award was taken from you guys since December 2025? Did it resend that?
I'm not aware of any document to that effect.
So, well, I mean, what next for AMR Sherry Abdallah Group? What next? Now you heard the news that Silver Star and the government of Liberia going with Planet One.
So, with regards to this particular information that was revealed to us this morning, we are exploring every option available to us, some of which I can't really tell you now because it is still evolving, right? But we think first and foremost is to engage with the government of Liberia and point out to the government of Liberia the grave concerns and consequences of this action. That's the first thing I assume that we will do. We don't believe that we've seen the tail end of this particular decision. As they say, wise men changes. So let's see what happens between now and the rest of the week.
Do you think this will go through? My last question will bring the guys. Maybe they want to add. Do you think this deal with Planet One will go through?
Well, if you were asking me as a Planet One person, I would be optimistic that it will go through. But I am an AMR representative, so I will continue to advocate that a deal with AMR is more preferable, and a deal with AMR should go through, and a deal with Planet One should be put on the shelf.
Are we looking at potential conflict, potential sanction from the American Treasury Department on this deal if it goes through?
Again, I cannot specifically speak to key items with regards to the direct consequences of how this will unfold. All I can say is that as far as AMR is concerned on this matter, we will continue to engage in dialogue with all the parties concerned, including Sylvester that we're talking to as late as 5 days ago.
Are we anticipating a potential lawsuit yet? If the government finally gave this out to Planet One from AMR, are we anticipating a potential lawsuit?
It's anybody's guess.
Okay.
It's anybody's guess.
Dr. Bobler, you have a question for John? Let's do a quick round. What we having?
Yeah, John, thanks for joining us and shedding some light. The big question or the information that's been thrown around is that your group was not able to raise enough money. Can you speak to that? Because the number of 40 million was thrown out. So can you just speak specifically to that? Is that an issue? Was that ever an issue as far as your package?
So, Dr. Bobler, thank you for that question. Let me respond to it like this. The financial outlay of our proposals, both in terms of the two representations to Sylvester, were first a 300 million guarantee from the African Finance Corporation. Now that's bank resources that is being made available to us for operationalizing Putu. B, as part of this, Sylvester wanted to know us as a company. What are we worth? Our companies, the entire conglomerate, partners included, almost $490 million net worth. And I'm talking about total assets and net worth. Okay? B, Sylvester wanted to know our own cash resources. We provided proof of funds to Sylvester in excess of $83 million US. If all of that doesn't convince Sylvester, they don't know what else will convince them.
So per all of the requirements put before you, you were financially solid. There was no deficit in what the minimum requirements were for this deal. You're saying you had more than enough.
Yeah, and I will go over them again. 83 million cash. Over 480 million net worth. 300 million guarantee for African Finance Corporation.
But John, let me interrupt you, John. And that's why I get frustrated, right? Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Bobler, but you asked a very good question. And we want to be fair. You promised to send out some document to show your proof of fund that you had the money. And the government position is we've been waiting and we're not seeing anything. I'm not representing the government. We are doing it as an independent network. How can you convince us? What do you have? What can we show that AMR, your company, have this money, provided every documentation to prove to the government and civil staff that you're in a position, but yet and still the government denying you? Can you share this wonderful document you promised to share with us some 3 weeks ago?
So the emphasis was to show them, to show all these documents to civil staff since we were introduced to them and they were the direct people we're negotiating with. That was the focus, the preliminary focus of our intention. All right? That's number one. When the government engaged us, we sent the government a status of activity report. Now, if that status of activity report was short and the government wanted this particular information also, all the government needed to do was what you share with civil staff and you share with us, and we'll be more than happy. And I think at some point, I may be wrong on this, but I think at some point our people may have shared something with the government with regards to this. The problem I have had with bringing this kind of information on in these public shows is that a lot of these things are subject to non-disclosure agreements. You don't just openly violate non-disclosure agreements. Like
but John, though, I beg you, Dr. Bobla, can you conduct while I take my grandson downstairs? But John, and that's what tying our hands. We have document from Planet One that they show proof of fund and they get the money. But when we reach to you, you said non-disclosure. So what can we sell? How can we make a stronger argument that that will go against the government position? Something got to give. Dr. Bopla, please take over.
Okay. So John, go ahead and respond to that. I think Stanton, the point he's making is, we're hearing, give them time. They couldn't come up with the minimum requirement. You're saying you have more than the minimum. Is there a way? I understand non-disclosure agreement, but is there a way to make certain things available so that there will be, even, we don't have to come and flash it up on the screen or anything like that, but something that shows that, look, what they're saying is wrong. We got our stuff intact and we made all the representation and we're financially strong and we can take this deal. That's the point Stanton was making. So what can you say to that?
Dr. Bobler, I understand Stanton's point. All of this is a function of time. That's the first thing. So really, I think part of, and I will be honest on this one in terms of admittance, I think part of our problem was trying to be too perfect. And sometimes when you try to be too perfect becomes the enemy of good. Right? So the fact of the matter, we focus on trying to make sure that we convince Severstar and provide all the information that Severstar needed. So what the government of Liberia needed was financial capacity, and just the guarantee from the African Finance Corporation alone satisfy that.
Can you share that guarantee with us? Can you just share that? Is that a non-disclosure document again? Can you declassify this document and let's share it? Because it's on a heavy classification. We got to sell something here. This is Liberian owned. Sharif Abdallah been around for a long time and he want to invest in Liberia. Natural resources is a good thing. He will hire hundreds of thousands of Liberians. It's a good thing. But can we convince our audience that what you've been promising some 3 weeks ago, that you have this document, that you have the money, that we can sell this, and the Liberian people can buy it. But for us to come and say, you own a document non-disclosure and the other people own a disclosure or classify and declassify, we are confused. I mean, it make me, I don't know how to fight this fight. I love the Liberian own.
Yeah.
John, what can we do, John? Fully go ahead.
Yeah, I think
you ask in terms of making them available to you. We had not received approval at that time to make them available to you. Given where we are now, I think it's a fair request, and I will make that representation so that we can get, because when the Vice President made his statement today, there are two things the Vice President said that caught my attention. Number one, in his
sorry to interrupt you, right? And thank you for when you said at the time, John, you had the document. You're now saying that you never had it at the time. So
from AFC to share with you. I have plans for AFC to provide it as part of the bid for the government of Liberia.
Okay.
Sharing it with you, I need to go back to AFC for clearance.
Okay.
To do that.
So you will share with us.
Our internal protocols in terms of documentation.
So AMF will share with us because this is a street fight now. This is a street fight.
I understand exactly where you're coming from. If in essence you're telling me, give me boxing gloves to box for you, I understand that. All right? So we will, right, make this representation to our people so that we give, especially since it's our credibility on the line. When you tell us we don't have the financial capacity, that's a serious attack on our credibility. So then we have to make sure that we provide the information.
Okay.
On open source.
I'm sorry, it's after 12. We hope to have you back tomorrow and have this document. Fubi, you were saying something quickly because we got to wrap up.
Yeah, like you said, we requested those documents earlier, and you didn't provide them to make the case. Now that decision already being made, and you want to provide a document, like the water already wasted on the ground, you can't pick it up. Then the other one is the issue of you have to partner also with a Liberian company and a dual mason group. You also refuse to partner with them. That could have also boosted your whole ability to run the show. And sometimes you have to look at it from other sides and not just one way. Because if you are also going to have partnership, that will have also given you a boost to help drive this thing in. And the issue about Senator is not a one-way street. The government cannot 100% impose on them. So that's another point that we also got to look at. It's a contract, and both parties have a say. So if they were not comfortable with something,
I beg you, Damo got to come on. Except I have to excuse myself that I have to be said my time is long past, and Levi will not leave me. But let's try to wrap up. John, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Chief. If you can, it will be so important to have this 2 hours conversation with you, Chief. I hope you will consider coming, John.
I will confirm in the morning.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me take back to my principals and I'll confirm in the morning.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you. All right, so that way we have it. Guys, let's close up this thing because Damose got to go home. Wait for you go. Oh, sorry, Jacob. Wait for 1 minute. That Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob.
Yes, still not. It's like you said, it's after midnight. Got to go to bed now. So I think tomorrow we'll be here again to look at this issue in more detail. But I think it's disappointing to be honest. The Vice President had a two-part show today. The first half of he talked about Liberian economic development, participation of Liberians to spread wealth and create improvement for Liberian businesses. And in the second part, he butchered that whole earlier comment he made, about this action. We see consistent action taken against Liberianization from the ABK yellow machine thing to this one. And we also see like consistent effort, to cripple Liberia. And that's so sad. But again, we'll have more time to discuss that. I don't want to keep expanding the discourse. So tomorrow we'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bobla, you go now. We'll go to Wayfair. Wayfair, you want to go? Yes, go ahead. We know that Dr. Bobla gets stronger internet than you. So you go ahead and we'll bring Dr. Bobla in.
No, I doubt that. I think I got a better internet than Jacob. Jacob is gone. I got a better internet.
But Jacob gone, but Dr. Bobla get a better one than you.
Are you sure?
Anyway,
Dr. Brubla is my man. I wanted to talk to Jacob, because he tends to put a spin on everything on this show, and he thinks he can mislead the public. And that is not going to happen, because the truth is going to speak for itself. Stanton, I sent you a document. I want you to please put it up for me, please. I beg your pardon. Please put it up.
Yeah, I put it in the chat room. Let me put it up quickly because I know you want me to speak to it. So
Yes.
this is the beginning. It's in the chat room by the
CEO will close it, man.
Yeah, but
I
this is
will.
Let him
Let's
have
keep
it
it
for
for
tomorrow.
no.
tomorrow.
I will talk about it partially.
tomorrow.
No, please. I will talk about this partially tomorrow. I'll go in depth. I want Mr. Davis, who just called, to also listen. Can you please put that up, please? Because
Yeah,
you
go
see,
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, just talk about it in passing. We'll put it up tomorrow. I
I
beg
want you
you,
to
Chief.
put it up. I want you to
It's
put
in
it
the
up.
chat room. Everybody have it. It's in the chat room.
Well, but
All right,
the
there you
public
go.
is not in the chat room.
So yeah, there you go.
Right.
There you go. It's up.
Well, this document is dated December 5, 2025. This is a document written to the concessionaires of Putu Mountain, M&A and corporate development in Moscow by the Minister of Lands and Mines, Honorable Matineke Timba. If Mr. Davis is listening, this is the government's position on his company. The government made it very clear that its candidate that it was recommending was AMR. I know tomorrow we'll talk a lot about it. We'll take our time to read the entire document, but this is proof, because I hear people speculating that they don't want to give this into Liberian concession, Liberian company. This time around, let's give it Liberian company. Look, it is very clear from December 5, 2025. The government's position has been very clear, pushing the interest of Liberian company and pushing AMR. We'll talk more about that. Isaac is gone from this show. It's important for Isaac to know that he really got no understanding. Absolutely. Not even a fundamental one, a basic understanding of what we're discussing here. Isaac was talking about bidding. Are you kidding me? There's nothing like bidding. What we're talking now is change of control. It's not bidding. So Isaac needs to take some time, read the documents, digest them very well, come on the show, and be constructive and engaging. But I think the whole thing is to play the same opposition politics, try to make the government look bad, put a spin on what everybody said, on what the vice president says, and try to create a picture that the government that the Liberian people elected that is pushing their interests, making sure that we produce more Liberian millionaires, making sure that Liberian concessions have the opportunity to participate in the economy. They want to see how they can put a spin on that and just change that narrative. But it's false. This document that we're going to be reading tomorrow, since 2025, December 5, when we read that, it will be sufficient evidence to the public, sufficient proof to everybody who has ever doubted that the government has been pushing the interests of a Liberian company called AMR. On that note,
thank you very much. Jump in a little bit.
So everybody closer. Colonel Gray, everybody closer. Let's hear from Dr. Bopler. Everybody will close. Yeah, everybody closer. Dr. Bopler, you go ahead.
I will close anyway.
No, everybody will close. Dr. Bopler, you go ahead.
All right, thank you, CEO. So this is a big issue, and I'm glad that tomorrow, by God's grace, we'll dig a little deeper. We have to fight for Liberian ownership of Liberian economy. The Ghanaians did something bold this year. Let's look around also. The countries that are doing bold things are seeing the fruits in terms of socioeconomic development. Let's look at what we've been doing. And standing beyond this awarding of the thing, I hope that when we move into the days coming, we'll dig into the agreement itself, because it has that old J.J. Robert element of 3%. That thing is so antiquated, you don't even got to go to college to figure out that it's somebody coming to invest in a resource that worth billions of dollars. They give you 3% of chump change. And then they'll give you a little compliment. There's social development fund. We got to be smarter than that. We got to demand more. We got to demand more. And then we got to insist on Liberian ownership. This one can work, and the government still have time. And I have faith in this government that it will hit the brakes, they will revisit and say, wait a minute, let's get this right. And if it's 40 million, 50 million, that's small money. Recast budget, we can just pull that money. Yellow machine, we can just pull that money. This is an investment. The multiplier effect is staring at us from an economic standpoint. This will be good for Liberia, but Liberians ought to run this one. So I look forward to the conversation tomorrow. And I agree with Wilfred. We got to always be constructive because we're trying to find a solution here. It's just one Liberia. And all of us, the property deed called Liberia have all of our names written on it, every citizen. So we take ownership here. We want this place to be better. And it can be. And it will be. We just got to make good decisions. Thank you for the show tonight, CEO. It's been a good conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, Conor. Kev, let's go. Then Conor Gray, then Henry Fubi.
Yeah, Wilfred, are you saying there was no bidding? So that means that did they choose Planet One? I thought it's supposed to be some bidding that go on because according to the Liberia side, it was bidding. They want it. So now you're saying that the government just choose Planet One out of the blue sky and say that's the people we want. And I think it should be against the PPCC law, right, or something.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do not try to misquote me.
You just said there was no bidding. That's what you said.
Yeah, I said that. Yes, I said there was no bidding, but I didn't say the government chose for Planet One. I didn't say
but
that.
the government chose Planet One.
No, I've just demonstrated a document. No, but I can't be here the man lying on me.
They chose Planet One. The vice president said it today. They chose Planet One. And you said there's no bidding. There was no bidding, nothing. So how Planet One got into
it's called change of control. It's not called bidding. There was no bidding.
But you listen to the other gentleman that was on. He said Planet One came third in the bidding process.
There was no bidding. A concession has been granted and signed already.
Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. What Jeremiah Kuhn is telling you, he's wrong. He's wrong. It's illegal to just choose one side without bidding. It's wrong. People need to come in. So he's wrong.
But Kev, there's no need to bid. The bidding time passed. It's change of control.
No, but listen.
It's not going on. Listen, let me say something.
Stand on. So the Liberian side, what bidding they are talking about that they came first and Planet One came third.
Okay, so let me answer. People call it bidding, but it's not bidding.
Oh God!
But wait, let me say something now.
Okay.
The concession belongs to Silver Star in agreement with the Liberian government. Silver Star putting out fund company. There's no need to go through government bidding. That's why it's not going to the legislature. They already have amendment. They're not putting it back. You got to go way back now to House of Representatives and Senator. It's not happening.
So
the people just say, let me end.
What process they went through that they're saying that Planet One came third? What process?
So John B.S. Davis was very clear. The government make recommendation. They have Dew Mason Company, they have Planet One, and they have AMR. And based on that pre-recommendation of everybody that applied to take over from Silver Star, they came with 3 companies. And they presented the 3 company. Now, here's the thing, Kev. Silver Star must agree also, as per the MDA, the MD that was signed, the MDY that was signed. Silver Star have to agree that we're okay with Kev Hassan to take over.
Yeah,
the
but
government of Liberia, hold on 1 minute.
You go to Silver Star. That's not an argument.
Kev, but you will not understand. If we come from the jail and say, Kev. Carefully.
Okay, I'm not talking about Silver Star because they will choose who they want, and they choose. We understand Planet One. The government is putting Planet One, but before the government choose or send those 3, what process the government went? So you're saying the government just called those 3 people and just said, "Hey, Silver Star, pick anybody you want." That's how it worked. So the government just picked. The gentleman said there was a bidding, and Isaac said there was bidding, and Planet One came third. Not even second. He said it a few minutes ago. So if you say it's not bidding, whatever the gentleman who get the who get their company say was bidding, fine, you can go. But this is not my subject here. What I'm trying to say here, my closing I'm trying to say here is this Putu Mountain should belong to Liberian, only Liberian, not Indian company. The Liberians are crying for that. There's a heavy feedback symptom coming. Yeah. The Liberians are crying to own their own mountain. Period. So I think the focus should be there. So what Wilfred Bangura is saying here and explaining to us is the same thing we heard from the ABK Yellow Machine. Identical, same story. You don't have money, you don't have
Thank
this,
you.
you don't have that. Same story. So at this moment, the bidding part, they said it, and I believe what they say. And let's move on. You can clear up.
Thank you.
But I see you guys.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you. Have a good night.
So let me go and then So Stanton, I went back and listened to the VP. It's clear enough what the VP was saying, that in 2010, this Russian group called Silver Star, I want to believe, entered into a bid that extend up to 2035. But then that organization was sanctioned. But the original lease is with that Silver Star company, because that's the guy who entered the agreement with government extending to 2035. Now, they also have the say as to who takes over the contract. They have because they are the initial leaseholder. So it's clear enough to say they found out that John Davis company doesn't have, the capacity. That's left for them to their own assessment of proving that John Davis a company does not have the capacity to move on with the agreement from the Russian. So they also have the say, the last say, not the Republic of Liberia, not the government. So I think based on that, they look at several factors, including mobilization, or for them to come out with that money. So the people move with somebody else because it's their right to determine who assumes the lease from them. That's how it goes. Not just business contract, that's how it works. So in this case, unless Jane Davis or John David is saying that John Davis is saying that they won a bid with there was no bid, because it's just a determination that should be made by the initial leaseholder. It's like I go lease a piece of property, and then for some reason I can't occupy the property, but I still have a contractual agreement up to 2035. I can determine who comes in to assume that lease. That's just all what this is all about. And I also heard that the president were pushing for John Davis company. Well, unfortunately, the lease holder decided to go with somebody else. That's just how business works sometimes. And I listened to VP, and he made that clear. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Take us home, Fubi.
Yeah, so I think Kev very sure that why he ran away. So this is not about bidding process at the time, and it's clear. AMRO had a good opportunity. The fact that government selected them and presented them to Silver Star, they should have taken advantage of that to fast track all different negotiations. I think, like he said, he realized it late. Like John David was speaking, he realized it late that they were trying to play fair or play diplomacy, long diplomacy. And the business world sometimes it doesn't work like that. And they also had an opportunity to partner with a Liberian company. to also boost their financial capabilities to run the show. And they rejected that offer. Sometimes it's like the what we would say the spider story. When you want it all, sometimes you lose it. And that's what critical, practical stuff that happened to them. And they should also understand that, the clarification about civil staff having a say into the negotiation, or who takes the company, or who the right to sell it, that also is a critical piece. So when you have the opportunity and government have raised your morale and given you the opportunity, you should have fast track it. He came on the show, we requested the documents, and they seem regular sweet talk. Now that they have gotten to the point that government have already selected another part, agreed with civil staff and selected Planet One, now he's now ready now to submit the document that was so sacred. And it's late. One of my friends in school to say, water waste is waste. Nothing you can do about it. You can't cry over spilled milk. So sometimes you have to be politically smart. And it's not about the too much talking, the background work. And where you should have presented all of those documents, and the members of the committee said they didn't receive a single financial document from you to show your financial capability. So if you couldn't present it to them, presenting it to the show now will not solve that problem. Sometimes you have to be proactive in handling some of these things. There are a whole lot of, while we advocate for liberalization, but sometimes when you're given an opportunity, you must take advantage of the opportunity, fast track it, partner with other Liberians. That will help to boost your capacity, to run such a big, because it's a new venture for them. We want to see Liberia run some of these things, but Liberians also must not give reasons why they shouldn't be preferred. Because I think this is a practical example. When they say they requested, show them. You came on the show, we requested. Just so, even if you don't want it published, give it to the CEO. The CEO will read it and say, okay, I have the document. That can make the case. We have had similar stuff here. There are some confidential stuff that are not posted in the chat room, that are not posted on the page. But you can read line by line and say, look, based on this, we have the facts, and we think that the guys are okay to run the show.
Right. That's why listen. Sorry to cut you off, right? I know we gotta go. But if you're in this kind of fight for me, you should do that. The others are saying you got money. And we know that Sheriff got money. We know that he got the money. But I don't know why. They are not being aggressive. And I think he said, I think he can still make that argument. I think Sheriff can still make that argument, but we don't have the document. So let's wait tomorrow. Maybe we'll have it, Fubi. Maybe we'll have the document tomorrow.
But several states don't have the capacity. They've reached that.
Capacity means they don't have, the civil staff saying they are not convinced. Look, we one of the letter that AMR have the money. So for capacity, they make it vague that, listen, we want money. We've been waiting for 6 to 8 months. We don't have the money. So this is a business. Listen, you got to be aggressive.
Move on and quick, man.
If I gotta say yes, the money, yes, our proof of fund, let our credit, yes, the bank we're talking to. Let them put the mouth where the money is, or put the money where the mouth is, and we can charge Jeremiah Quinn and the government of Liberia and say, you guys just don't want to do it. Yes, the people money, yes, the people bank record, they're ready to move in 6 months. They will be putting oil from all that place. Liberia will be back in business. Can we see it? But I into the
I have a funny feeling when this is second or third time you asking him, man, and he said that classified information. Hey, man,
and you can't prove a point.
I think Wilfred Bagura working for one group of people who got.
No, I'm working for nobody. Stanton.
I'm messing with you, man. You're not messing with you.
But tomorrow, I know you're messing with me. But tomorrow, we can go back to
one thing John Doe was trying to do was to discredit a comfort letter from Afri-Exim Bank.
And I thank you, right? Before we go, right? That'll go black way. I want you to weigh in on this. That'll go black. I think the government don't want to kill time yet. That'll go black because you got to understand the politics involved now. 2029 coming, election season. The government may be wrong though, but that's my own view that if the government wait, this thing will pass 2029. What will be the political benefit? And I want you to hold that problem. Maybe we can talk about the political benefit tomorrow, because I think that's the reason why the government said, my man, let's move. We're running against time. We got nothing to show to the Liberian people that we have created 70,000 jobs, 100,000 jobs. Look at us. We need to do something and do something big. So politically, the government wants to scope one. And I think we should talk about it more. That's what I'm looking at.
I agree. The economics of this is always tied to politics, because the politics affects economics. So I think we need to take our time and think. This is important. This is actually an economic game changer. If it's done well, it's good for the whole country. So yeah, let's talk tomorrow about God's grace.
By the grace of God. Thank you, Dr. Black. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to all of you.
Good night, everybody.
Y'all have a good night. I will be closing the show. I want to say thanks to all the good people joining us today. John B.S. David, thank you for calling in. Good contribution from the rest of the team. We do appreciate you all. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. And don't forget, we'll keep you informed on the status of the Liberia Community Association election year between Daniel Watkins and our Jipley here in Central Jersey in the metro area. It's very important, those of you that live here, for you to understand, you must register to vote. There will be an election, nothing can stop it. And again, the best person going to win. We're talking about Liberia. What is happening in the House of Representatives is getting worse. We couldn't get to it because of Jeremiah Kuhn press statement today, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. The president have made his way or making his way to Rhode Island, a lot of different engagement. Again, I want to say we'll keep you informed. Join us again tomorrow. Let's have a wonderful conversation. Till we meet, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God save the state, Liberia. May God save this United States of America. May God save us all. Be blessed, be safe. Good night.